morning, everyone. We are here today on the, let's see, it's the 25th of November already.
It is.
And our first meeting today is with Tom Gaines, Administrative Director of Central Services. He's giving us an update. Welcome, Tom.
Good
One of
morning.
those for me? Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Good morning, Commissioner. Cindy joining us this morning?
She said, apparently I got an email. Barb said she won't be in until after 10.
Oh, okay. So on consent, I'll probably have a walk-on unless you guys want me to wait until next week. Out-of-state travel. I didn't get time to get it done. For Rob Jones and myself to travel to Washington, D.C. for the NACO annual conference. And that is from February 28th to March 4th. The early bird cost is $530 each. And then you have airfare and per diem. I'm not sure what the hotel costs are. NACO has partner agreements with hotels there, but you can't see them until you register, which requires payment. So the NACO Legislative Conference brings together nearly 2,000 elected and appointed county officials to focus on federal policy that impacts counties. We have the opportunity to engage in segment and policy sessions, interact with officials in the new administration, meet with members of Congress. And so one-of-a-kind opportunity to strengthen intergovernmental partnerships. The schedule is actually packed with forums that include both the Technology Exchange Committee, which I'm on, and the Technology Exchange, and the Military and Veteran Services Committee, which I'm a member of. And I didn't go to that this year. I wanted to, but I didn't. We sent Anthony, but I would like to go as I still continue to go to all of those meetings and pay attention to that stuff. Anyway, so it's for consideration. I can wait until next week.
Well, what's your reason for wanting to go walk on instead of moving it to next week? Do you have an urgency of some sort where you feel that prices are going to change in a major way, or
no,
can't get the early bird rate?
No, we can still get the early bird rate after next week. It's the airfare, right? The earlier you get airfare, so decided not to go to the AHR Expo in Orlando in March. We wanted to do that. And there was airfare to the East Coast for $350. It was cheaper to send people to Orlando than it was for the Laserfish conference in Vegas. I couldn't believe it. So, but just decided not to do that. But this is a great opportunity. So it doesn't have to be a walk-on. I can get it done next week if you'd rather me do that.
Well, we're trying to stick to that, but if there's an airfare issue, Rob, what do you think? I don't know how.
I'm fine with next week. Okay. I mean, a walk-on is it the walk-on for approval? Is that what you said?
It would be.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it
necessarily
matters.
Yeah, I can do it for next week. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
So county leaders, it was a mostly good conference. The one breakout I wanted to see was the results of the juvenile detention study that was performed by WASAC. It was canceled due to the presenter having a family emergency, and I've asked to see if it could be presented via Zoom, and WASAC is looking into that. And I'll follow up with you if we can do that. There was a really good breakout session by MRC on procurement, reminding me to get back to rewriting the procurement policy because we do have to make changes there. And I did, at the request of Curtis Steinhauer, WASAC policy director, meet with the county administrators affiliate group. Curtis will be the primary POC for WASAC regarding that group, and felt that Grant County was a county that the group itself had discussed as not having any representation. So I met with them. And of course, I talked to both of you while I was there. I think there's a lot to learn there. If the board doesn't object to it, I can formally affiliate with the group and continue to learn from them. But that's kind of up to you guys. During that meeting, one of the things I did discover was that a lot of the county administrators are on the legislative steering committee. Have you noticed that?
Well, they never come.
Oh, how come?
They never come.
Okay.
It's like they sometimes have sent a person from their staff to represent them.
Yeah.
But that's been like once or twice.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, all right. And then they want to complain about not having representation. And, I just I have a lot of sympathy for them.
Yeah. But I would do that. And then speaking of Curtis, he's also, go ahead.
Before you go on, I would like to see both you and Kirk in that.
Yeah.
As admin directors. If both of you could be a part of that, or at least give him the opportunity to be a part of it, I think that'd be the smartest way to go.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I don't have any problem with the both of you
Yeah.
or one of you. I just
Okay.
think it should be
Yeah.
both of you get an opportunity to do it too.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
So, Rob, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't have any issue with you being in that.
Speaking of Curtis, Steinhauer, he's also heading up a grant program that we can still apply to. He talked to me about it while we were there. We've recently been awarded a commerce grant, and the grant that WASAC keeps pushing will pay for anything that the commerce grant doesn't pay for. Currently, all of the programs that we're looking, or well, all of the things that we're looking to pay for with that grant will be completely covered by that commerce grant. I'll go ahead and apply for the grant, but follow me on this. There's an email.
Is that the one I got?
The one you got, that's a different grant again altogether.
Okay.
That's a federal grant. So I think what I want to do is, in the next week or so, I'm going to call that person about the federal grant, the EECBDG alphabet grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a FYI, I emailed her back and said, I guess you can send all the information to me because I
I
don't.
saw that. I saw that.
Oh,
So-
yeah, because I CC'd you
Yeah.
on that. Okay.
So this is all in regard to the Clean Buildings Act. We have 3 buildings, really. I mean, everybody's buildings, all of them, 100%, are going to fall under the umbrella of the Clean Buildings Act eventually. Currently, we have 3 that are on the radar: the courthouse, annex, and the law and justice building. Courthouse and annex are passing, so all we have to do is report it. So we have that covered. The law and justice building is failing miserably. But if a building is 50% vacant, then the Clean Buildings Act doesn't apply. So it's hard. We got a grant. I'm probably going to have Custom Energy Consultants do the ASHRAE study, which that will pay for, that will identify all of the control measures we have to do with the law and justice building to bring it into compliance with the Clean Buildings Act. That's considering it's a fully occupied building. So it's not going to be a fully occupied building. So it's going to be interesting to see how that audit goes. We'll still get we did a facilities condition assessment a number of years ago, and we already have the numbers on that. We're, $6 million in deferred maintenance behind on that building, but it's always been tough to bring it up to the Clean Building Act standards is beyond what we were trying to do just by getting rid of the deferred maintenance that was done on the building. And then a lot of that stuff, once the jail program was approved and we started marching forward with that, a lot of the things that we were planning to do, we took off that list because they were no longer going to apply. Because now, why would I spend $2 or $3 or $4 million on a building that we're probably going to remodel? So we had to just kind of put it on the back burner until we get this jail done. So it's a weird position to be in, and but I'll call this person on that federal grant, and then the next couple of weeks I'll probably set up a meeting with the board, and I'll do a short PowerPoint presentation on where Grant County is in regards to the Clean Buildings Act, how it's affecting us, what we have done, and what we're doing. So we are on top of it. We're actually, according to Curtis, at least, one of the few counties that's ahead of the game on this. So he's happy to work with us, but. And then somehow I was gonna segue that into meeting with Kevin McCray. I sent the 3 commissioners an email this morning with photos that Kevin took last week and over the weekend with the rain. I had a voicemail from Dave Canfield asking me to call him back regarding an INET building that it's his building that we lease, okay? The parking lot is flooded, and he is expecting the county to fix that because it's a maintenance action, but it's not. And as soon as I'm done here, I'm going up to the Wanapum to meet with Kevin McCray and Kevin Schmidt about the lease agreement. So he owns 3 properties there, the subject property, and then one to the north and one to the east, and then Fire District 13 is to the west. Fire District 13 overlaid their parking lot without removing it and doing any grading, so it made it higher. Canfield's property over here, when they paved it and developed it, they made it higher. And when they developed the property back here, they made it higher. So the INET building and that other parcel that's owned by Canfield is in a well. And we're pumping it out, but that's not a maintenance action. I mean, replacing the parking lot and repaving it, maybe you can make the argument that we'd be responsible for that, but repaving the parking lot is a maintenance action. Adding dry wells, adding storm sewer, raising the grade, fixing a developed property is not a maintenance action. That's my argument. There's going to be quite a bit to do there to make this parcel drought tolerant, or not, flood tolerant, I guess, you know.
There's no sewer manhole drain?
No, and now the surrounding 3 properties all drain to that property, which I don't think they did before. And again, you know, the building owner is responsible for removing stormwater on his own premises. You know, you're not supposed to pump it out of the street, which is what we're doing now. And they're supposed to have, you know, when he developed that parcel, this should have been taken into account. It's definitely not a maintenance action to fix this, but that's what Canfield's looking for. So anyway, I've got a couple more minutes, so I'm no further on the coroner's office. I am thinking about calling Cheryl at the Columbia Basin Herald and doing a little story about it. And I got a voicemail from Victor Lombardi. He wants me to get back to him and tell him where we're at on Grant County Animal Outreach, to which I have not heard back from anybody with manufactured buildings, so I'm not really any further along than we were last time we met. I've left voicemails for 2 other companies and not heard back from them as to whether or not a pre-manufactured building, you know, shell can be built, and it's not really set up that way. You know, they're set up to be a mobile classroom or a mobile building with offices, and they're designed as such. They're not designed to be just an empty shell. So still trying to figure that out. And that's what I've got for you this morning. I'm here today and all day tomorrow. Wednesday, I did have a day of annual that was approved, so I won't be here Wednesday, but back next week. Any questions for me? Thoughts? Concerns?
Well, just keep us updated on your meeting with Kevin and Kevin.
Yeah. And think about the LLC. I know that you were very attuned to that, and with you leaving, I don't know what the board wants to do, if another commissioner is going to take that on, or you want somebody else's ears.
It doesn't hurt to have, if you're wanting to do that, to have you and one of us do it.
Yeah.
In case we miss.
We're not designated to have a member on there from the LSC as an administrator.
Yeah.
We're not designated to have that. It's the big counties and the ones who are
Okay.
the ones who are charter counties.
Yeah.
The ones who are charter counties do. But you know, Kevin doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I know these 2 are not that interested in it.
Yeah.
Kevin doesn't want to do it. We need somebody
Yeah.
that will attend, maybe not have a legal vote, but
Yeah.
at least have a voice in the room.
I'd be happy to do that. Keep that in mind. How are you, man?
Good, are you?
I'm good.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah. I warmed them up for you.
Morning, Chris.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Excellent.
Good.
All the commissioners today.
Great. Can't speak for Danny, but he looks great.
I look great?
We're great.
I must be great then.
How the
All right.
road go?
Well, it's 8:45 and we're going to start our meeting with our Development Services Director, Chris Young. He's here for an update. We get the quick win each week. Thanks for being here, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, commissioners. So yeah, just a couple of items of observation. So I did sit in on I don't know what it's called, the Washington State Association of Planning Directors, something, during the county leadership conference.
On Zoom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't attend down in Vancouver, with Jim being off, and that's a long way to go. In any event, I learned that the ADU bill actually came from that group, which is concerning because I didn't know anything about it. But Paul Jewell moderated the meeting and started out with, hey, this is a couple of bills that we're gonna be proposing, and, my hand went up, and of course, I never got a chance to comment and Mr. Jewell never reached out to me either.
I will say that multiple times he mentioned in our LSC meeting that Grant County has reached out and he will be reaching out to us. And that he was acknowledging that there are some issues that we have that may be valid. And so it was positive. I hope he follows up.
And so do I. It's just concerning that we spend a lot of time sitting in, once the legislative session starts up every Monday morning, to triage these bills and make comments. So to have the same organization developing bills in a vacuum, I don't think is appropriate. Again, when you brought this to my attention, I had no idea about it, but apparently it generated out of the same organization that I'm supposed to have a seat at the table on, so. Also.
Are you saying, I want to clarify. I think you said that bill originated in the planning directors group.
Yeah, the group that we attend those meetings. I mean, that's the way it was announced, that when the annual business meeting kicked off, we went through the normal business treasurer's reports and things of that nature, and then Paul Jewell took over as the moderator and mentioned that this organization is gonna be proposing several bills. The ADU was the first one they talked about, and that's when the light bulb went on, and I'm like, wait a minute.
You have a relationship with any of these guys?
Hmm?
Do you have a relationship with these guys that you can kind of call and go say, were you in any meeting that you discussed this? Just trying to check in and see whether this just came from Paul and Travis
Well, and that's what I'm gonna have to
and plopped in front of them,
Yeah.
or?
That's exactly what we're planning on doing, because Jim has very good relationships with planning directors from across the state that are also members of WASAC, I should say Eastern Washington. So when he gets back, we're gonna have a discussion on it, and he's aware of it, because I've been briefing him even though he's been on vacation. So yeah, it's something we have to certainly look into, and when the legislative session starts up, have a discussion about. The Lambert bill is a good bill and a good idea, and there was a Senator Lovelet and Senator, a gentleman who represents Linwood area. So both, and Lovelet is San Juan's. So again, west side, big difference from east side, but there was a lot of conversation on that Lambert bill, which I think would be a benefit as long as it's discussed internally, again, because west side bills typically are square pegs that don't fit in a East County round hole. So we'll continue those discussions, and I hope that Paul does reach out, because there was a lot of conversation. Again, I might be a little paranoid, but there was a lot of conversations during the senators' roundtable, if you will. They had both attended virtually. The conversation started we had, that slot was from 2:30 to 3:30. So the conversation on the state energy code started about 3 o'clock, and a few people chimed in. But again, most of these people are planning directors. They don't understand the energy code side of things, which, again, I look at it from a different lens because I've been a building official for almost 30 years. So of course I raised my hand. It was about 3:10, and there was two gentlemen ahead of me that spoke, and then the gentleman from, I believe, Pierce County was just rambling on till about 3:20. And then he finally quit talking, and then Paul said, Chris, I see your hands up, but we're running out of time and we have to be sensitive of the senator's time, so I'm not gonna call on you. And then he proceeded to talk for 15 minutes, and then I left the meeting. So, something going on there. But anyway,
Well, thanks for being in the meeting,
no, you bet.
and don't give up, because Grant County needs you to not give up.
No, I won't. I just have to learn to navigate a little bit more strategically, I guess, which I've already been doing. From this energy code standpoint that I spoke of during the county summit, it's a big deal.
Mhm.
There's no way that this industry, when I say this industry, the building industry is gonna survive another code change, because right now they're at 8 energy credits, and there's not a week goes by where somebody's calling up saying, I need a certificate of occupancy and there's no way I can meet my energy credits. And the next code change cycle is gonna require 11. So now's the time, right? So it's something that I'm reaching out to, the home builders associations all across eastern Washington and saying, what are we gonna do? We've done the analysis. I've sent them all a position paper saying that the climate zones don't work. What are we gonna do? But that certainly would have been a great opportunity to at least put it on the senator's radar. But that we didn't get.
I'm actually concerned that we're gonna make houses so tight, so energy efficient, that we're gonna have mold, a whole lot of mold issues.
They're gonna be sick homes, there's no doubt. And in my position paper, that's exactly the point I brought up.
Whoa.
Go.
The new ones have the air circulators built in because they're so tight.
Right, HRVs, ventilating recoveries, right? HRVs or ERVs and HRVs. So basically what that says is once you exceed 5 air changes per hour, or you get tighter. 5 air changes per hour is a normal breathing home, right? On an average size home, that means 900 cubic foot per minute of air moves through the house naturally. Outside wind pressures, inside pressures, doors opening, windows opening. But if your blower door tests drop you below 5 air changes per hour, you have to bring in that outside air, which makes no sense. The current energy code will require you to go all the way down to 0.6 air changes per hour right now. A parakeet would not survive that.
0.6.
0.6
Instead of 5.
instead of 5, which 5 is the normal healthy home.
Okay.
So now they say, well, that's okay, your outside air is gonna come in through a duct. Right, so it's not just opening a window and letting fresh air in. It's gonna be, once your furnace kicks on, it's gonna bring in outside air and then circulate that outside air throughout the house. Great idea. But summertime, your air conditioning is not working. Oh, well, people will open their windows. See where I'm going? And a house breathes naturally just by wind pressures, if it can breathe a little bit, right? Which is that 5 air changes per hour. So that's really the analysis where it's a shell game and it makes it sound like everything's hunky-dory, but I've watched the energy code evolve from 1985 on, and when they introduced the 4-mil poly as a vapor retarder, barrier, same thing, synonymous. 4-mil poly has caused all this mold issues over the last 15, 20 years. Because 4-mil poly, yes, it has a permeance of vapor less than 1. But the minute the vapor hits the poly, it condenses into liquid, and liquid doesn't permeate through it. So that's where, and this is exactly what's going to happen 10 years from now. We're going to see the result of all these tight homes.
I got a family in my church that has to move out of their house. They're so sick.
Yep.
The house is basically dead. They're going to have to tear it down.
Yeah.
My son and his family in a brand new home are experiencing illnesses that they've never experienced before. Swelling in his face, don't know what it's all causing it. It's like crazy.
Houses have to breathe just like we do. It's a known fact. And that's the point. Just to say that we're, 30% more efficient at the end of this run from 2009 to 2030. To say, yeah, we've met our quota for what? To make people ill isn't the right thing. But again, there's no way that the industry can want afford. I mean, every time there's a code change, it add $31,000 to the house, the cost of the house. Two, we're out of credits, we're out of avenues. Right now, they're actually allowing ventless dryers to obtain a credit. I don't know if any of you ever tried to dry clothes with no vent.
Oh, yeah, it plugs, takes
Right.
all day,
It takes all day.
and they're still wet.
Yeah. So,
What's the point of a ventless dryer? Because it's sucking air out of the house to push it out the
because they
hole?
say that you're cutting a hole in the house, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, time out. That air goes out. You want us to cut holes in the house to bring air in? None of this makes any sense. So, I have this on our topic of conversation with Board of County Commissioners update, and if you would like to see the position paper that's being discussed, I'd be happy to share it.
I would.
The only other thing I had is to know that Commissioner Carter was gonna be off today, but she did send me an email about an EECBG grant that Paul Jewell had sent. I don't know if you sent it to all the county
Yeah, he
commissioners.
sent
I got it
all
to
of us.
Tom and I got it to Carrie
Okay.
on for grants. And
Should go through, Janice used to be the block grant gal because this is the energy efficiency block grant.
yeah, Tom was looking into it a little bit more and Carrie's on it as
Okay.
well.
Yeah,
So
because
hopefully,
typically I used to handle CDBG from my roles previously, and that was always an energy efficiency grant where it allowed people with existing homes to upgrade their insulation, change out their windows.
so it'd be a path through.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 78,000 for us here in Grant County, so,
Yeah, and again, it's part of the CDBG
okay.
overall program.
That might be
So-
something we'll have to run through OIC or something. You know,
But again, my experience with CDBG is it's very, very, especially from the federal level, it's very cumbersome, and so 70,000 would be a risk versus reward
yeah,
type
yeah, cost
benefit analysis.
benefit
Yeah.
analysis. Okay, all right.
That's it.
That's it. We're gonna go into a recess until 9:30 when we have clerk of the board update.
All right, I'll see you.
Good morning, everybody. We are back in session out of recess. And we're here for the clerk of the board update for this week. And she has guests with her, our public records folks.
You
are here.
betcha.
Mike
Good
and Emily.
morning. This is the last Friday. This is the last Monday of the month, and it's the Public Works update. So they've got 10 minutes of my agenda to give you
Public
guys an
records.
update. Did I say,
Public Works.
Oh my
You said
gosh.
Public Works.
I think
These
I
are
just
public
need to-
records.
I just need to go back. I apologize, guys. I'm not, regroup. So yes, in case you have any questions, updates, Mike and Emily are here to answer any questions and give you any updates that you'd like to hear. So I'll turn it over to you folks.
What do we need to be updated on, you guys?
Nothing major. There's it's kind of a recent development. Axon, which is they're the company that provides all the body cams for the sheriff's office and stuff, and we use their software to do our redacting of body cam videos and photographs. They have added some new tools, some new redaction software tools. They're just like about everything nowadays. They're calling them Axon AI, redaction assistant tools. But they look like they're gonna be very useful. We were able to watch a little presentation about them that Axon provided. And so we were very interested in them. And actually the tools that the tools that they're adding, basically it's head recognition, screen recognition, license plate recognition. Now, of those three, because our state doesn't require that we redact license plates unless it's on an undercover vehicle or something like that where we're trying to protect the identity. We wouldn't use that one, but it does have a head recognition and screen recognition, which is very beneficial. Basically, when you bring up the body cam video, you activate the head redaction tool. It identifies all the heads in the entire video. Any person's head that shows up in that video is identified.
You mean it can identify the person?
It identifies the head.
Just the head.
And then it shows you all the heads that it's redacted with a picture of the person that it's redacting. It shows you all the heads that it's redacted and where they're at. So you can go through and see if that's something that you do need to redact or not. So obviously, if it's gonna redact all the heads, you're gonna have the adults redacted. Well, unless it's a sexual assault victim or some other situation where we're trying to protect the identity of that person, we're not gonna redact the heads of the adults.
So you have to go back and
It's really simple though.
redacting, you gotta redact a redaction.
Well, no, you just remove it. It shows the person's face and it has a box over it saying this has been redacted. You literally click a little box and it goes away. So it's what they're claiming, what Axon's claiming is that in a 2-hour video can be sped up quite a bit with this tool because it identifies all the heads and then you have to go back in and check to make sure that that's a proper redaction, that it's in the right, and they're saying it's not perfect, but it does speed things up. Also screens, because the inside of the deputies' cars is their laptop, their phone that they carry with them, the notepad that they have. These are all called MDTs in our world, and so those have to be redacted. Mainly, the most importantly of those that you see the mostly is the screen on the car. Or if the deputy's sitting in his office and has his screen up. And there's information on there that we need to redact because it by law doesn't go out. This redaction software now identifies those screens and puts the redaction box over those. And then you have to go back. They said there is some going back and fine tuning a little bit, making sure your box covers what you want to, making sure that it's appropriate for your state and your legal counsel's guidance and the way that you're redacting things. You have to understand that a lot, these redaction companies are making redaction software for the whole country. Not every state redacts the same or has the same laws to redact. There are states that do redact license plates. And so that's why and there's a lot of them. And so that's why part of the redaction software is license plate. Now we would just disable that. You can disable the whole thing if you want to, and it won't pick up on any of that stuff. So at the beginning, you can just disable license plates and then it won't cover any of the license
Is this
plates.
just gonna come with the update?
That's I'm glad you asked that.
Yep.
Cause we were like,
Because I'm interested in money.
yeah, no, we were too. And that was our main thing, cause I had a presentation with a company called Veritone that had the same kind of stuff. And they did a presentation, very impressive. Head recognition versus face recognition. That's what they're changing from. Used to be face recognition, but as soon as the face turns and you can no longer recognize the face, it can't operate. This recognizes the shape of the head. So no matter how the head turns, no matter what happens, it continues to recognize the head. So that's why it's more effective to redact throughout. They're also updating they're trying to improve some of their features coming next month. They're trying to improve the object tracker. But yeah, so our question was yours, Danny, what is this gonna cost us? Because Veritone's was quite expensive. And what we were told is it's $9 per user per month. Is what the addition, if you already have the Redaction Pro in place, which we do.
$216 for the year, for you guys, for you two.
But we're not sure exactly how that users thing works, because there's other users, Sawyer in the prosecuting attorney's office, he's a user. Anyway, so we reached out, who I thought that person that was kind of the admin for Axon was Dan Dale. So I reached out to Dan because he's the one that originally signed me up. And Dan said, I've kind of turned that over to Sawyer. And so we got a hold of Sawyer, and it's been actually
Same Sawyer in the prosecutor's office?
Sawyer Van Gilder. I don't know him very well because I haven't had a lot of interaction with him. I just kind of started having some interaction with him, but he's very into this. He basically went to school to become a video analyst. So he does some redactions right now, which Emily and I were very pleased to hear because we were really the only ones doing that we knew of. He's doing some redactions for the prosecuting attorney's office, but he's familiar with these new things. So in talking to him, he said, you know what, Mike, they already gave us a test drive for that. They gave us a trial. Axon did. I'm sorry, I forgot about you guys. It slipped my mind. We should have included you with this trial stuff, but I'm glad you're getting a hold of me now because now we can include you. So he's giving us a link so he can include us in the trial of these features. And then he's gonna actually come over to the office and just kind of walk us through to make sure, because now we're dealing with the Axon and then we have this Axon trial, just to make sure that we're moving things the right way and things like that. So he's gonna come over and give us a little bit of guidance on that. Because when you're dealing with that stuff, you have to be very careful because you're dealing with evidence. And so you don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize or affect that evidence. You want to make sure that the steps you're taking, that evidence is preserved and that you're working off a copy of that evidence in the things that you're doing.
Is that what you always do?
Yes.
So the actual video is preserved, but what you're gonna give anybody has been redacted.
And the sheriff's office, the sheriff's office does it. They created a separate file with our name on it, with the body cam videos and the photographs separate of the other case file that's for their deputies in the prosecuting attorney's office and things like that. So anyway, in talking to Sawyer, he also said, oh, hey, Mike, by the way, we're doing an update on our Axon contract and we're planning on adding these tools. So cool, that sounds great. That's why we were contacting you, because we wanted to see if we could add these tools. We think they're gonna be beneficial to our redacting process. And so that's already kind of in place. So now we have.
It's gonna be on the prosecuting office budget?
Yeah, and Kevin McCrae reached out right away too, and he said, is this on your same question, is this included? And Sawyer said, yes, it is. It's included in the contract we're getting ready to sign. Their most updated redaction tools are included. I'm happy that they've included them at a reasonable price, because not every redaction software company does that. Sometimes that was one of my problems with Veritone, is Veritone wanted to know how many hours per month or how many hours per week do you spend redacting? Well, we don't know, because we have no idea what's coming through that door as far as a request is concerned. So they want to give you a price, and then they want to give you a certain amount of minutes, and then, so I was like, that sounds complicated, and I don't want to get in a situation where we're going over minutes, and oh my gosh, now we get additional charges, and just not a good system for a process that we don't have any control over or know, how it's going to ebb and flow depending on what the requests, how the requests come in. So anyway, happy that I talked to Sawyer. He's going to be coming over to our office. I just need to get a hold of him and kind of run us through how to do this on this trial, so we can kind of try it a little bit before we actually get into using it. He suggested I would use a body cam that you've already redacted when you're practicing. Cause then you know what the time it took and the challenges that body cam presented, cause you've already done it. And he goes, I know it's kind of, you don't want to do something over again, but when you're trying it out, try that, because then you can get a true feel for how this new software, these new tools, how they benefit you. Because you can compare it, you have something to directly compare it against. Something I've done before, how long did that take? What kind of challenges did that present? Okay, I'm gonna do that again, or do part of it again at least, with this new software tools, and see how those improve that time and also help with that challenge. So that was his suggestion. And I thought it was a good one to at least get started practicing, maybe your first couple practice rounds. Her and I are pretty savvy because we do it a lot. So after a while, I think maybe a couple times doing that, we'd be ready to go with it. That's kind of what we did with the other redaction software. We just kind of jumped in and started using it. So that's been a recent update, and something that we're excited about, because we think this will be very beneficial.
We're 10 minutes into your update. Can we,
Yes,
how
we can
long
go
do you want to give?
4 more minutes if you'd like. I have a big agenda today.
Okay. Are you guys all caught up
How about them away?
with your public records requests?
Um,
I mean, how far,
We're not.
there was a time in this history of me being in office that you were way behind and you're trying to catch up, and now we brought both of you on, and where are you guys at now?
Well, the turn times, the 5 days that we're required to respond to, that most of our requests now are responded to in that time frame. We do have some tricky ones that affect multiple departments.
But responding to in 5 days doesn't mean you've completed the
No.
public records
No.
request.
No, but we have a better chance of reaching that goal in 5 days now, because there's 2 of us. We can split up, requests, and she can take one where there's body cams, I can take one where there's body cams, and attack it like that. So it's hard to say we're caught up, but we're staying on top of it. Our request numbers are down now. We're kind of keeping it around 50 that we have in our queue at a time. That may grow a little bit depending on how many come in and how many go out, but we've been able to kind of get it to a manageable number. And so, yeah, that way I think we're keeping up a lot better. We're not getting buried, but occasionally we get a request. It's just, you just never know what's coming. And so you get a request, like we just got one recently that has 14 body cams. Well, that's gonna take some time. So those ones, though, we've been able to do in installments, send out an installment, which is completely not only allowed by the law, but recommended at times when you just can't get it all out at once. So we've been able to do some of that. And then just, we have quite a few that we're waiting on additional information. The requesters just don't give you enough information to conduct your search with. Or either that, or we send it out to the department and the department comes back and says, we're gonna need some more information. With what they provided, we just can't locate anything. So we have some of those that kind of wait, and we're waiting to get information back. Some of those we call on and we get quicker responses. Some of those we email and we don't hear back for a while. And they have 30 days to respond before the request is closed out. And so we have quite a few of those, unfortunately. And it's just the nature of the game. The requesters don't always give you enough information. I mean, we literally get ones that say, all the records on me. Okay. All the records on me. First of all, who's me? We're not gonna assume that the requester is me. I mean, you can request anybody for anything, so. And then what are all the records? We need to, we always say the number one rule in public records request is a public records request must be for identifiable records, period.
You've been pretty quiet.
We don't have anything that's behind. Everything is getting responded to in the time frame that it's required to be. But there are definitely some that take longer than others.
I'm not trying to get rid of any job here, right? When I ask this question, any downtime? We have asked you to do some extra things over the last 6 months.
No downtime.
Not with body cam redactions.
Just want to make
And
sure.
then also just these requests that, I mean, our system's changed a little bit because the requester now, and this is by the guidance of the prosecuting attorney's office, they thought it would be beneficial to have the departments available for the requester to choose a department along with identifying their record. Well, sometimes that makes for a little bit broader response time because we have to send it out to additional departments. Some of these departments don't get requests like this because the requester just isn't aware that that's not where the department that would be holding those records. But in case they did have that record and the requester knew that, then they could choose that department and send it off to them. So we got one recently, just an example, we got one recently that was for PILT. And they want all this information on PILT. And I don't really even understand PILT. I've had it explained to me quickly by Daryl. But
even in lieu of taxes.
But nonetheless, they picked like every department you could put under the sun. Some that have no, really don't have any connection to that, and some that do. But we've had to send it out to all of them, and that one's just taking a while. It's like a 9-item thing that they want, and so we're just trying to gather that information and slowly coming in, and so sometimes those ones take a little longer. But the requesters,
You guys are great. This lady needs to do her meeting now, but thank you. Thank you for filling us in, and I'm excited about this tools.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys, you sound excited as well.
And excited to have somebody else that can show us.
Yeah.
That hasn't been an option, Danny, since I started working here, ever. There hasn't been anybody else in the county that's done redactions.
No questions, Rob? Okay, great. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Not been easy. We've sucked in a lot of public records requests ourselves, apparently. I'm not trying.
While they're here, we'll do real quick, the BOCC and Commissioner Training Budget Review. I emailed that to you last week for your review. And I've asked all of the staff to attend in case you had any questions. I don't know, Caitlin, if Tony is on by chance?
Tony is not online. So you have 3 call-in users. One of them is Carrie.
Perfect, thank you. So I forwarded this to the board because you'll be approving the budget next week. Carrie has informed me that she is withdrawing now her request for her training. So we can take that off there. And then you can see Mike and.
Why was she doing that? Does she not want to do it now, or is she just saying, well, I don't know, the commissioners asked questions, so I better pull it?
I will let you ask her direct if that's okay, sir.
Carrie, are you on?
She might want you to go up there.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I gotta.
Promoter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Carrie.
I decided to.
I don't want you to pull your request just because there was questions about it. What are you thinking?
No, I withdrew it because of medical issues that are going on, and I think it's just best I not travel that far.
Okay. All right. Well, we won't pursue that question any further then. Thank you so much for piping in.
Yeah, no problem.
What's the name on that email, Barb?
11/25/24, clerk of the board agenda. I didn't send it Friday, maybe I sent it Thursday or Wednesday. 11/25/24.
These, Emily and Mike, the things that you requested, 415 and 912, they were included in your budget.
Yeah.
Right? And then Anthony's was recorded in his. Okay. So with that 2,500 out, then we're talking about a $15,000 budget somewhere in there.
Correct. Also too, Rob, since you had mentioned, I heard earlier going to a NACO conference, I just threw in this number here.
Yeah, I don't know what the cost was, but.
So we did a guesstimate for commissioner's office training. I believe it was at 9,200 for the commissioners. I put in WASAC, and then miscellaneous, because I don't know what other ones you may attend next year.
So
WASAC's in Spokane next year, so I'll go. I would say if it's in Vancouver, I don't really want to go that far. Like one of the meetings I wanted to go to, they canceled. I think there was like one or two that I enjoyed, and then the speaker I enjoyed. Other than that, so.
Yeah, we're at 15,925 at current expense part. Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I think that I want to encourage participation from one of our commissioners in LSC. And you know, I was fortunate a lot of the time that I was serving on the LSC that I had somebody to stay with over there. So actually it'll increase probably if the new commissioner doesn't have that, it'll increase a little bit of hotel costs. So I think you better hold there.
We have that training budget too, right?
The travel and the training, yes.
No, like training that we put away, the 2 million last year.
Oh, that, but yes.
Because like,
I think that's an HR, is that right?
I don't know, but if you, me, Cindy, Kevin do NACO, Kirk, Decorah, I mean, but if we do it, that's 4,000 or 5,000 right there.
You're talking the NACO leadership thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom paid for that.
For me,
Yeah, okay.
but I would
Sure.
say if our whole office is doing it, Tom's not gonna, why would
Yeah,
Tom pay
but,
for
yeah.
it?
That's what, 1,500 per person?
Yeah, so that's not probably in this.
Yeah, I just kind of did a round number for the commissioners, I wasn't sure.
Seems like that could come out of that. I agree with you, Rob.
So that'll be for budget approval next week. I think we have it. Do we need to let Mandy know the total to put in there for adoption next week? Or is that the number that we put in?
I have to look. We can update it and let her know.
Okay. So if the board has any questions regarding that, if not, we'll present Mandy with that number to put in the budget for 2025.
The 15?
Yes. For that, and then public records and then counties, yeah.
Just make it 16 minimum. But, you know, depending on what you had in there originally, if you had 22 in there originally, for instance, well, then maybe you need to put a cushion in of 18 or something just to help us out with some of these extra hotels and stuff for Kevin if he goes over and does the LSC or whatever. But I don't remember what you had in there.
I think it was that, it was 18 on there, yeah. Or 23 and then minus 18, yeah, 425.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions for staff?
For you?
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I have questions for you.
Well, if the staff is listening in,
She has one more question.
Not related to this.
okay.
Last year, we did for Christmas as an entire county, the Cocoa Crow. It was quite a big hit. So this year, I saw that face. This year, I've had multiple people ask if we're gonna be doing something. So I would like to suggest and just get blessing to do something similar, probably just cookies and office decoration, maybe leave out the cocoa. That was a lot last year, but just wanted to make sure it was okay before we checked.
Why not? Always good to be a little festive, my
Are you
opinion.
festive, Rob?
I'd like to do a chili cook-off.
I'm down for that.
That was our plan, but
Chili cook-off?
Well, you two can discuss that.
I don't really want to. But my cocoa warmer's in my office from last year, so you're welcome to that.
Okay. Okay,
And
well,
I bought it for that, so.
I'll talk to Gina. She was really excited to get something going this year, so I will work with her and get something sent out.
Gina, something.
We just wanted the chili cook-off rings.
A little scared of what a chili cook-off would do to the county's plumbing, but that might just be me.
mean, personally, I wouldn't eat it, so.
Why, we're not gonna pour the unused chili down the drain, what are you talking about?
Surprised when people Okay, cool.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming down.
Wait. Just one question for the staff. Do you wanna discuss anything about your change in supervisory issues?
We can.
I know there's a letter went out to our staff.
Yep, an email went out from Kirk, and here is my official letter to the board. If the board emailed that to you along with my agenda, just saying effective immediately last week.
And everybody's clear and we're moving forward, okay?
Well, Kirk's working to meet with each one of us too and talk to us about it. He hasn't got around to all of us yet.
Okay.
He was sick last week. He came in and poked his head in my office, said I'll be getting together with you soon. So yes, we're getting clearer.
I think that this will be a help for Barb and I think it'll be okay, you know, as we move forward. We'll see if any changes are made for next year, but.
And Kirk also emphasized in his email to us that we're not changing immediately. So if you still have things that need to go through the same channels right now, until Kevin gets on board and gets a chance to review what we want to do moving forward as a final
Do I
solution.
need to initial it?
Yes, please. And Kirk did send a message that he's working from home today. So just I don't know if he sent it to you or not.
Rob, initial that, please. Okay, I just wanted to I wanted to address the small elephant in the room.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Thanks, guys. Kirk's working from home, there's that. The standard pending decision spreadsheet.
Okay, on my coordinated entry plan, my 5-year plan, Brittany and I were gonna do that together.
Caitlin has talked with Brittany extensively about things, so, you know, we're prepared to either her or our to step in where necessary.
Yeah, it's just if we wanna do that or do the consultant like we'd planned originally. I just don't know the best option. I guess I can wait a little while, but I need to do an RFQ if I'm going to use someone outside. Maybe 25 grand.
The people that you were interviewing, one of those is gonna
Yeah,
be-
well, I mean, we do the RFQ and then go from there.
So the question is RFQ or in-house?
Yeah, pretty much.
what do you want to do, Rob? I mean,
I don't know, I just want it done.
I understand.
We'll just kind of see how it's going, I guess, over the next month or two. I can't get into April, because once I get going busy, then trying to like run community public meetings and stuff will be hard. So I like the idea of getting it started sooner. What about the DMO? Did we do a contract yet for the one that won?
The
Caitlin is-
contract is with Rebecca right now in legal.
Okay.
I guess, I don't know if now is a good time to ask you. They emailed this morning asking if they could do, how did they word this? He said, we contract on a lump sum by task billed as % completed and approved by client each month. So I definitely asked Tom Gaines to translate that for me, but it sounds like they're wanting to do like what tourism does. Is that
Can you
fine
just
with?
forward that email to me?
Yes.
We're talking about the tourism
Destination marketing organization.
Yeah, destination market. Okay.
Danny,
I think
do you know
every-
if your travel policy ever got updated?
Not sure. We need to ask.
Since you're
I'm-
coming up on a year.
Yeah, we need to ask in our HR update.
She canceled for tomorrow.
In next week's HR update.
As far as I know, they're still not added to the website.
The other two aren't?
Yes, the 1200 and the 1600.
Okay.
I don't know why it's such a crazy idea to have a policy person when the policies don't get updated for 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. But then you bring up the idea of having someone working on these policies, updating them, and it's like, that's a crazy idea. We're on it. It's already done. It's not done. It's not getting done. And people are like guessing of what the policy even is.
Yeah, fortunately, we had a pretty clear PowerPoint and presentation about what the policy was, even though it's not out there yet. So hopefully we can keep coming back to us. We can go, this is it. This is where we're going. Yeah, I don't really have anything else on here that we need to discuss, in my opinion. They're all kind of just hanging out there with Tom or with the chief financial officer. Yeah, the risk coordinator coming up, so.
Okay. New incidents claims received. That's what I ran upstairs for because I think Shane mentioned it last week, the new one. But since I moved my desk on Thursday, I cannot find where I put the new files, so I don't have the new one. But Shane mentioned it last week as well. Cannot tell you off the top of my head what it is, but I will have that for you next week.
A new claim?
Yes.
I remember
Shane
seeing-
mentioned it was. My mind is drawing a blank.
Yeah.
I'm bringing this up super early and I have a feeling that you'll say we'll wait till Kevin Burgess gets in, but the 2025 budget meeting dates, I know that we did it in October again this year, but you mentioned doing it in November next year, so.
Yes.
I didn't know if you had talked about what time of November, but we are definitely looking at November then, correct?
Yeah. For me, for sure.
We'll have to see when Wasack is, so probably.
Wasack next year is the 19 to 21.
Again?
Yeah.
Same dates?
Oh, sorry. It's that week. But it was something like that.
Ish. Okay. And then we can plan for that.
18 to 21,
18.
maybe.
Ish. And then I'll work with Mandy.
18 to 20 probably.
I don't know. On their PowerPoint thing, I think I had 21, but I don't remember.
Oh.
In Spokane.
So that means that budget could be the two full weeks prior in November.
What's that Monday, November?
3rd.
3rd, okay.
Week of November 3rd through the 7th and the 10th through the 14th.
Remember though, the 13th will probably be the summit again.
Yes, I do have that on the calendar for next year. So just take a break one of the days. Maybe then Mandy can work on numbers that day and then. Okay. Off the agenda, but I wrote a bunch more stuff down here. Danny, we need to throw you a party. So we need to pick a date. I don't know, I'm assuming Rob, Cindy will want to be very much involved as their peers.
Good riddance.
And they're the ones with the checkbooks.
Or you make the same as me.
So we need to come up with a date to do this in.
I'm going to do a
December.
Christmas party tied to our New Year's party. It's crazy because I don't know how it worked. Well, so what is Danny's last day gonna be? Monday the 30th?
The 31st.
You're not off on Christmas or on New Year's Eve,
We're off on New Year's Day.
but not Eve?
Correct.
So like your last day is literally
Are you
So
gonna
we're gonna
be
have-
a work day.
So we're gonna have,
That's wild.
full meeting?
a full
be like-
meeting day.
No,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Be really nice to end the day with the commissioners meeting at 2,
Oh, okay.
so that, and then just,
And then your party after that?
yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
That's the
just
craziest
not
thing
very
ever.
long because I wanna drive over the mountains that day.
Oh. Well, we would do it then from 3 to 5.
So maybe you do Monday. Yeah, we're done at 3 on Monday. Then he can just finish and leave. He might decide he's not coming back on Tuesday.
What do you think, sir?
Yeah, it'd be great if it could be on Monday, I think. That way I can get out of here right after our commissioners meeting and drive over Snoqualmie,
On the,
31st.
okay.
I mean, the commissioners meeting's at 2, you know. Well, I don't know. I do not want to make Leah come down here 2 days in a row. Because she would want to be here for the party.
Mhm.
And then she has to go with me over the hill. Let's just do it Tuesday after the commissioners meeting. And we can, I don't think our commissioners meeting needs to be scheduled for an hour.
We can do
We're
half
getting
one.
we're getting pretty much done in a half hour usually, especially at that time of year.
Unless we have
So 2:30 to 4.
items on the consent that you have to sign
Yeah.
for the last day.
200 or 300.
And we'll also, now that I think about it, that Tuesday afternoon is when we usually do the final year-end budget extensions, but we can do it on the 30th then. I'll let Mandy know, and then we'll keep the 31st open in the afternoon for your get-together.
Okay, just like 2:30 to 4 maybe.
Okay.
I think it, not gonna be that many people show up.
Really?
Go for 2 hours.
And people, if it doesn't last that long, people can just stay if you stay, so we'll see. Okay, we'll plan on that. I wanted to say, I thought Tony would be on here. Congratulations to Tony for his grand opening on Friday. I thought it went really well. Sorry I missed you there. Glad that you both made it, so.
It was good. Their building looks nice. They're already talking about outgrowing it, so.
And with the amount of people in there, it's like, have we already outgrown it? But it's only onesie, twosie, except for they have the monthly, counseling.
They envision a lot more than probably that building will be able to handle. And it'll take Fed and state dollars to, get another building.
Have to get there.
But I was really excited for him.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Rob Bates, I thought he was well-spoken and, and their vet core navigators, she seems pretty on top of things. Yeah, I was impressed.
Do that. Cannabis moratorium. Rob, you and I had a little conversation. Caitlin did double check. It ends January 25th.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, I didn't know if you needed to reach out to anyone January 25th.
For some reason, I thought it was November 25th. I think it was because of a conversation we had in here. And I thought they said the 25th of the month, but they must have meant the month of January.
Every Monday, the board has Tom Gaines for 15 minutes and development services for 15 minutes. That's been probably close to a year now that we've done that. And Rob, I remember you saying that you were potentially wanting that to change. Is that something that in 2025 you want to put 2 other departments in there for a special update, or is it working just like you had envisioned it and you want it to keep?
I like how those are working.
Okay.
The only other weekly update that would be nice, honestly, would be sheriff's office update.
Okay.
Just like this is what we got going on. Because right now I feel like there's so much time in between. And they're, $25 million of our $70 million budget. Be nice to know, to have a better, I have a pretty good relationship, go to lunch with them, spend time with them, but it'd be nice to just build it in.
You want us to see if maybe we can do twice a month? Maybe the other one do a half an hour, or?
Yeah, or if there was a short weekly one we could do with them.
If he's here at 8:15, we could slide him in at 8:15.
He's usually here early.
Would you like me to reach out?
Yeah. Might just see if he's interested in it.
Okay. Rob, Patty Westby reached out about the Center Senior Living Report Out event. Danny, it's on your calendar. You're a yes, but Patty wanted me to double check because she said she talked to you, Rob, whether or not you were going to attend. It's a Tuesday from 7 to 8.
Next week, right?
December 3rd, yes. And it's in Grand Coulee.
Danny's at a Center Senior Living Report.
That's this one.
He's at that.
Yes, so he's going, but she said that,
She
Mr.
called me twice.
yes, to check your calendar.
Yeah.
So we just need to let her know if you are a yes or a no. Would you like me to bring it up tomorrow? You wanna
Yeah,
think
more
about
of
it?
a weather. Like if the weather's, like if the roads suck, I'm not gonna go, just because I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
And if they don't suck, then I might go. It's really gonna be 100% based on that time.
Bought some snow tires from Maverick
I need
this
some.
year. I never ran any last year.
Well, you're all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I'm a front wheeler.
Oh, you are? Oh. Yeah, I'm all-wheel drive and the mud and snow has worked fine. But I saw this great deal on actually snow tires, and so I'm just gonna run them. They don't have studs in them. I'll just run them. $400 for all 4.
Where'd you find those?
Facebook Marketplace.
Well, good deal.
It's awesome.
So you want me to RSVP as a yes?
Yeah, put me
And
down
then
as a
what?
yes, and then obviously if the roads are bad, I can just message them and.
Okay, and I will get together with Cindy when she's here this afternoon. Or when she's here. She said she was going to make the 10 o'clock.
She's probably down at the
Canvassing
elections
board.
now.
Yeah. Okay, that is it for me. Do you have anything for me that you would like to discuss? Kirk and I have been trying to connect to talk BOE because the deadline for that 2021 audit is Wednesday. And
Day after tomorrow.
so I'll reach out to him again today to see what his thoughts are on that, because he was gonna review the whole thing and see if he and I could do it. When I reviewed it, I'm like, I have no clue what has transpired in the last 3 years.
Did you happen to mention it to Jerry at all?
Yeah, if he's willing to do it, and the board approved Jerry to work 2 hours, but Kurt wants to review it and double check if it's necessary.
You really need to have an answer from Kirk today so Jerry can get that, just whip it out and not dilly-dally.
Right.
The transition is going okay for you?
Yes,
You're feeling good about it?
I am. I honestly am, personally. I can't find anything right now because everything's moved, but
Yeah, I won't be able to find my eyeglasses.
Have you moved?
I did.
Really? Oh, that's wild.
So you can campfire at my desk now.
And TS helped you and everything with that?
Didn't need to because the docking station's there. I just had to hook my computer in there and it worked fine.
Oh, your laptop.
Yes, my laptop into the docking station. TS had to help me with the phone. That was the only thing to transfer the line. So now there is an empty desk. Kirk did use it last week on Thursday. I was moving Thursday. He came in, he used that one.
Okay.
And that worked really well.
I'll come move in that one.
You wanna move closer?
Yeah. My office doesn't feel like mine anymore.
Cause everyone's using it?
Hmm?
Cause everyone's using it?
What, you can move down to my office,
No,
far into the hallway?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Oh. All right, well, we're ready to go into recess then, if there's no further business. All right,
Okay.
then we are in recess until 10:30.
Everyone, ready?
Good morning, everybody. We're here for a budget and finance update and finance committee meeting. I'm going to turn it over to the finance committee chair, Mr. Darrell Pheasant.
All right, so I hadn't had a chance to email this out yet since I just finished it, and we had a printer not working, so I had to redo it, and then my computer wanted to do an update. So right now, the state pool rate is down to 4.67 for daily rate, and right now 4.78 for the average for the month. So it's starting to reflect the rate cuts and slowly working on the second rate cut. Whether there'll be another rate cut in December is not really being expected. And if future rate cuts will depend on if inflation starts up again. So then we have been dwindling down our state pool money. The things in red on the bottom is the things we bought in November. Trying to lock in 5% rate better for at least 3 months. If interest rates stay the same and level and don't go down anymore, this may actually last a few more months after that, which will be good. So we're shifting over. We haven't had anything called. Of course, we had nothing that was worth calling. And so now it's buying stuff that was more likely to be called than all the junk we've had before. So we're still up to over $550+ million total county portfolio. The sales tax I just got this morning was quite better than a year ago. So we are over budget already on sales tax. And for this year, our 1/10 is over budget. And our public safety is definitely over budget. So we're dealing with 11% increase countywide information. All the MAC and hotel motel taxes ahead. We're now ahead of last year on hotel motel, but I'm not sure we'll meet budget on that. That will be close on the hotel motel tax. So we're doing fine with revenue projections and how they're to our budget. And you can see all the overages. Now for October, our property taxes come in. We still have over 2 million that we've collected in November. Hopefully, we believe 2.2 at least. We've collected in October to add to that total, but we're still on target to be $3.1 million short at the end of the year, as I was projecting. Nothing is swayed from that shortage on the property tax revenue budget. The 1/10 number is, the interest and penalties, of course, are expected to be lower and lower each year with the law change that cut revenues from the county with no compensation from the state for the lost revenue. So each year, the revenue will keep going down. Investment interest was starting to reflect the lower interest rates and the more money is being invested in the lower investment balance. So, but we're still way ahead of budget. Excise tax came in well. We're slightly under budget for that. We'll see what happens in November and December. Emissions tax, actually I threw in a November number in there because we had 2 more concerts actually in October for Luke Bryan that came in at $181,000 of emissions tax. So we are way over on emissions tax compared, we are actually almost 300,000 over budget on emissions tax.
Where was that at?
What?
Where was that, Gorge?
Yes. A majority is a gorge, 99% is a gorge, but we get admissions tax from other events as well.
Darryl, what do we do with admission tax?
It's just another revenue that goes in the current expense fund with all the other revenues. Actually, since you jarred my memory, I got a public records request that also would have been sent to the commissioners from regarding PILT. Most of our PILT, and I had a chance to talk to you, we get a huge one, and all of that goes into current expense. We get a Hanford PILT, that's federal, because the public records request is federal and not state. So we get a Hanford PILT that's divided among the taxing districts, and is actually, the calculation is done by Melissa. We get we get a US Fish and Wildlife PILT. That gets spread among all the taxing districts, but that's not a very big number.
Now, when you say all the taxing districts, are you talking about all the ones where that property is?
Yes, all the taxing districts. So.
Including us.
Yeah, including current expense
Mhm.
and sometimes including the state. The state doesn't get Hanford. Does the state get the US Fish? Okay, so their state portion gets spread among everyone that's in those tax codes. So then I kept thinking we had a small PILT that comes in earlier and then the big one. Now, and as you can see with our PILT numbers, we are definitely ahead of budget.
Can I ask you a question about that? You've only mentioned two, and it seems to me there's probably quite a bit of BOR. Do we get any PILT on BOR, Bureau of Reclamation?
That's federal.
Well, we're talking federal.
Yeah, because we get Department of Interior is the huge number. But I kept thinking there was a fourth Bureau of Reclamation that's a smaller amount that comes early in the year.
US Fish and Wildlife, and then there's Washington State Fish and Wildlife,
Okay.
two separate ones.
So
So
that
the
Bureau
federal
must
one
be just the one big one that comes in and no other one.
Yeah, it's Department of Energy.
Because I had to come to you, I wanna come to you because we need all the receipts up to a certain amount of years, I think up to 6 years of PILT payments to demonstrate where they went.
Why do people want this information? It's
Well,
weird.
no, this is coming from Pierce County.
Oh,
You see, if the PILT money, let's say all the PILT goes into current expense, and then it's just part of our budget, what are they looking for? Because you're not gonna be able to identify where that went.
Well,
It goes
no.
into a melting pot and then it's used in current
That's correct.
expense.
And what I was telling Mike Spurline is for all these years that I've worked, I've never, ever heard a discussion about a particular PILT and how we should spend it. You know, it's just another one of those revenues that just goes into current expense, like interest and penalties. We don't discuss, well, what fund should we pay for that? We don't talk. It's just everything goes into current expense. If it was intended to be spent differently, then we would create a new fund.
Yeah, the only one that has any strings is not really a PILT payment, and it's the one that's based on the amount of PILT we get, and that was the ARPA one. And that can be spent pretty easily, except it can't be used for like 3 different things. You know, lobbying, it can't be used for personnel's retirement fund. Yeah, there was just like 3 things that can be used for. That's the only one with strings as far as I know.
And see, that's why we questioned, they call it ARPA PILT, but payment of what taxes? In lieu of what taxes that we got? It was just a name given to it.
PILT, it's not the name of it. We used it started being used that way because it was any county that did receive PILT got some of this. It's actually if Carrie was on here, she could give me the acronym. It's a whole different acronym. PILT was just the fact that it was county that had some PILT.
Yeah, and so I was never pondering that one to be part of the public, but to
No.
be safe. I don't know, you may want to, but that was a one-time deposit. And I'm not sure if you could, and what fund it went to. We have, that has a specific fund.
Probably in its own fund,
So we could provide the receipt to it,
but that's not,
but that's,
that's
yeah.
separate from what they're asking.
But I don't know-
It isn't PILT.
Right, okay, yeah, good, because I didn't think that was really PILT in the first place. That was just some crazy throw-in word that really wasn't officially PILT, which is in lieu of being subject to property taxes. And this didn't sound like something of some property that was not being taxed, because we are getting the money on federal, on everything else. So what other thing would it
It's
be?
all based on value.
Right. Mhm. So, yeah, the thing I have to come to you is looking for all the receipts. I'll show you the public records request. We need all the receipts for all the PILT payments that they're wanting. But discussion of how it's spent.
Yeah.
Why wasting your breath if it's going into, and the US Fish and Wildlife is mandated to be spread a certain way. And the Hanford PILT is based on a contract and how it's to be dispersed.
It's the ARPA LATCF, Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. So PILT, basically, it's just any county that does get PILT was gonna get some of this.
Okay.
But that's the name of it, is Local Assistance and
So
Tribal
we should have
Consistency
never
Fund.
titled it as a fund, put that in the fund name.
Nope, we shouldn't.
Okay,
Can we
but
change it?
I'd sure like to change it.
Just put ARPA LATCF.
That'd be great. I think you need something in writing to change the name.
From the board to you, or what?
No, it's a county decision.
The PUD privilege tax isn't the same.
Yeah, no, PUD is PUD, and that's not federal. So this whole thing was focused on federal. The Pierce County, I don't know, they must have got some pressure from some taxing district. Why we're not getting a share of this. So Pierce County's probably asked the question, everyone, how do you do it? Where if everyone's doing it one way and the same way as they're doing it, then it's saying we're doing what other counties are doing. But then that could put the pressure on every county to now have to, that entity may be trying to then put the pressure on each county to share that money, which is a major revenue item for us.
Recipients may use these funds on any governmental purpose other than lobbying activity.
Oh, that's pretty open.
I know, but yeah, why would you want to spend on lobby activity? In fact, if it's saying that, it's almost insisting that if you are doing lobbying activity, maybe that should be a different fund.
An eligible revenue sharing county is a county or parish or borough that is independent of any other unit of local government and that, as determined by the Secretary of Treasury, is the principal provider of government service for the area within its jurisdiction and for which is determined by the Secretary there is a negative revenue impact due to the implementation of federal programs or changes to such program.
Here's the problem with the concept. If they say it can't be spent on something, then either you're putting it in a different fund or that something you're creating the only way you can say it's not paying for it, because it's all commingled, is to separate something
Yeah.
and just
Are
create more
you
work
saying
for a
that
county.
because out of current expense, we pay for our lobbyist? And if.
Well, I don't know if we have paid
Well, it's
money.
good then that we didn't put this into current expense.
Right,
We put it into a separate fund.
right. Okay, good. So then we disperse out of, and by doing so, but the problem is, you almost want, you have to, if you send any to current expense, then you have the commingle issue.
Could you, just to question you, can you change the name of that?
Yes.
Could you please do that so that it isn't SAP PILT on it?
I can, it's not a big issue, and you're talking about the ARPA PILT?
It should be
how much
ARPA
longer-
LATCF.
How much longer do we intend to have those on the face of our financials? Because I'm just worried about the consistency from year to year of our financials and just
Right.
purely cosmetic, in changing the name. If we're gonna have it forever, then yes, changing it would make sense. If we're gonna lose it in a year, changing it at the end of it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I believe there's pretty good consensus among us that we probably need to utilize it on like the coroner's office and move forward with spending those funds on that kind of expense, something to gets part of that paid without having to take out so much on a bond. We also need to, maybe it'll just be spent on the interior soft costs,
Right, right.
You know.
Yeah, that's the last discussion is there's still
MRI,
desk and
X-ray.
equipment and all that kind of stuff outside the
Ooh,
facility.
Yeah, that was probably 2.5 million in equipment in there.
Yeah. And we have about 1.1 left in the regular ARPA that was going to be designated that direction. And this it's 1.78, 1.8, could probably work on this equipment as well.
Well, it's almost then, since we're gonna incur debt to be depositing next year money into a separate corner fund, construction fund, that it's almost where you could create the fund now
Put the money
and
in
put the
there
money in it now.
rather than
But
leaving it.
construction and other items
I think
specific.
that's a good idea because we do need to have all of our ARPA funds obligated by the end of next month. And it'd probably be good to create that fund for the coroner's office.
Yeah, but plus we could move REIT funds over because we had designated them this year, and I don't know if we are for next year. But that's another million from last year.
Well, that's okay, yeah, whatever our financing revenues.
Yeah, so maybe it's more important to create that fund for the coroner's office than to change the name on this one and just,
And it'll be mostly construction? Or
Well, big portion is construction, but you still have that- all this stuff.
it'll be
inside.
soft cost too.
how much of the money coming into it is restricted, specific for that use, not from current expense? Because we can make it a special revenue fund, or we can make it a capital projects fund, depending on how we use it.
How much of the funds are restricted?
If 20% or more is consistently flowing into the fund and it's restricted, then we can make it a 100 level fund. If it's gonna be purely construction.
When
we
you
make it
say,
200.
are there restrictions on the funds we're putting in there? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, that they can't be
Well,
used
you have
for
the,
anything else.
this is what we're talking about is lobbying.
Love it.
Can't do lobbying with it. And the other one is basically because it's lost revenue. And the ARPA, in my opinion, from everything I've read and know and heard, it's a general cost to us. And obviously ARPA was the things I started mentioning was employee retirement, lobbying, and there was one more you couldn't use it on. But it doesn't have anything to do with the coroner's office.
So is our current 100 level funds where bond proceeds go or 300
Bond proceeds go to 200
or 200?
for debt service payments.
No, I'm talking about to pay for construction. I thought that was a 300.
That's 300 level.
So that's what I was saying is we're gonna need to create a 300 level fund for the debt proceeds to go into to pay for construction of the coroner. Can that 300 level fund have this ARPA go in it too as well?
Yes,
Okay. That's part of the total construction inside and out.
yes.
Okay.
It's probably important that we create that one, more important than changing the name of what we've got then. Rob? That's Andy?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. I'm asking your opinion. Is that a
Oh.
good idea?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. I'd better than just changing the name of the ARPA bill,
Yeah, I'm glad that triggered my other thoughts. Forgot to have a chance to talk to you this morning. Okay, all right, yeah, so that'll be good to have some money in there for the complete facility to start on with the bond proceeds going in that fund. Also, we would get, just, of course, in your resolutions, next year, you have to discuss how much of it's going into the jail, how much is going into this new fund on the debt issue. I had asked Rob this morning about the $7 million that we're trying to fill, to see if there's any true capital part of that to possibly finance outside of covering it from reserves, and under his opinion, there wasn't anything significant that we could shift and make it not where we pay it in cash, but shift it as part of the debt proceeds as well.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Mandy, this conversation though did bring up a question. Do we need to create another fund to put the million in that we are designating for the Grant County Animal Outreach?
Not necessarily. We don't have to. We can if we want to, but we don't have to.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we have obligated it by resolution to Grant County Animal Outreach, but we've also kind of said, well, maybe we're gonna build the building. That's kind of where we're at right now, is that we're gonna probably be
Overseeing the construction and
Yeah.
payments and stuff.
so no money's gone out, and I wanna make sure that we might have to put a letter together that states that we're taking that money back and gonna be participating in building it ourselves
Also,
before the 31st.
Moses Lakes, ARPA, that they spent, that they're not gonna use. I'm waiting to hear on that one too.
Oh, the 600, the, whatever that
Yeah,
was,
like
500 some thousand.
Yeah,
Yeah, we gotta get that back.
because they don't plan to do that facility anymore.
I just heard that the city of Moses Lake is not planning on making any contribution to the health district.
Yeah, they are not this year.
But they say the health district has too much money in it. And then, of course, our contribution is a facility, so how do we get the same treatment when we provide this facility unless we charge rent to be equal to the cities? You know, cities get money, if we providing facilities as our share, then we're doing a subsidy and no one else, and the others are not. Or
Other cities are contributing. Moses Lake chose not to for political reasons more so than function.
then if they choose not to, then we should be charging rent to, we now have a way over, our side of the contribution is way more than the other participants.
Yeah, the only argument would be that public health falls on us versus the cities.
And they shouldn't be on the board.
We didn't even,
Yeah, they could say, hey, thank you, City of Moses Lake, you're no longer on our board.
Right. If they don't wanna pay, then don't let them be on the board.
That's a Commissioner Stone thing.
well, the problem with that is that the one person serving on the board didn't vote for that kind of a decision, so. So, recommendation tomorrow is to, continue to keep that person on the board. That comes before us.
So then, since they're not contributing, does they then bill them out for things that they normally use the money to cover inside Moses Lake?
That was my suggestion when Teresa talked to me about it.
Yeah, as for us, we're not even contributing what the health district asked us for. You know, last year we felt like the assumption of the health district on the area of TB, their work on TB was kind of high, and we chose not to raise that and just say, we know it's on us. So whatever it costs you, bill us. You know, so we have this amount we've given, and then we're just saying, we don't know what TB is gonna be, but when it costs you, then bill us.
Tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis, yeah.
Now they've had like the most they've ever had in the
Yeah.
last 2 months.
But I still think we're gonna come in under the number they were asking,
Yeah.
seems to me.
And it's in the county versus the city?
Yeah. A lot of it's county.
Yeah. It's been quite I think they have 3 or 4 active cases right now.
Yeah, if that's money, then their health budget should actually create a separate reserve fund for than having just a balance they can spend any time for.
It's a reserve fund. I think that,
Just within their fund.
yeah, I think Victor said they had 7 million, 6 million, 7 million in reserves. Was basically what I was told. Which I thought, well, that's good.
All right.
I don't know what their budget is a year.
Okay, if you have any other questions, as you can see, we're doing fund and revenues. I do want to throw out, there's talk about using a lot of reserves. Unless these are one-time costs, taking this amount each year won't last long, of 7 million. So if the goal is to reduce our reserves, which should be the goal because we have too much, then should be done in a controlled manner where we can afford things, which then possibly has the impact of our property tax decision for next year. So taking 7 million out in 1 year and then possibly needing another 7 million next year for 26, that really brings our reserves down big time versus doing 4 or 5 million each year and then see how growth is. But that's a big chunk to use for things that are ongoing.
I want to ask a question, Gerald, about the conversation we had last week, I believe. Do you have any more answers on carryover? Because that's a question for Mandy as well. We wanted to utilize, whatever we take down is gonna make us go below our carryover issue. But you are concerned that you have to move that before the end of the year, and we were wanting to budget it into next year's budget, so it does it then. What's the what you guys don't understand? You're telling me you don't understand the RCW and you can't get an answer out of people on the RCW, and so.
Right, as long, to me, I thought the safe route is give the opportunity to state auditors to say, I don't know, but then have the ability to say, well, we tried. In case they decide to have a backbone and say, oh, no, you shouldn't have done that way.
I've already put the question out to them and just haven't received a response yet.
I just want us to have the high road of saying we tried to get an answer, to know what to do. We didn't, so we did it. Different than what we've done traditionally.
Well, you've asked the prosecuting attorney's office. Now we're asking the state auditor.
But-
If we don't get an answer, I say we do.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying
best.
is,
We're getting
we're gonna do what you want. But I want the state auditor's office to be give pre-notice and have them a chance. And if they chose not to give us an answer, then we can only throw up our hands and say we tried. And then if they try to say, no, you didn't write, that you shouldn't have done that, you say, well, that's why we asked. Because no one else has ever had to deal with this law. We're the only county that has to deal with it.
Cheryl's bragging about being rich. We will get an official help desk response, but the liaison is out for holiday this week. So probably won't hear anything till next week.
So, yeah, I'm fine with us changing what we've been
We're
doing.
getting together for a budget meeting this afternoon.
I would
And what
be
time's that meeting?
3:30?
But it's got, because
3:30.
I have some things I have to do for that meeting.
It's today at 3:30.
Okay.
I would be very hard pressed for them to come back with a negative response. I really think they're gonna put it in our decision. Just decide how we wanna treat it.
We're still talking about a 26 or 27 number
Commissioners,
for
can you hear me?
current expense?
Yes.
Nope.
Oh, Barb?
My audio? You can't hear me. Okay. I haven't heard back from Missy with the I cannot speak today. You had asked her to give you one more scenario. Did she email you directly by chance?
Are you talking to me?
Both commissioners.
No.
We were gonna have her do not the 1%,
Doesn't
only
say.
the banked capacity. That was the last scenario that the
Oh,
board
and I also
requested.
emailed her from the conference, Barbara, about a couple other questions I had.
Okay, so you haven't heard from
Haven't
her
heard
then?
back.
Okay, that's what I was just double checking. Thank you.
Have you been told if our information has gone to the printers for the revaluation notices?
No, not that I recall.
Yeah, because I'd be bragging about it, to say finally it's out and letting people know to prepare for the phone calls. So, because we get those calls too.
See, I felt that these forms, I'm sorry, we're rabbit trailing now, aren't we? I felt that these forms were not correct. But I don't know how much if it affected things. For instance, when you do one that's not taking the 1%, then this should be marked no. It's marked yes, which is the resolution adopted authorizing the increase over the previous year's levy. Was a second resolution or ordinance adopting authorizing the increase over the IPD, which is the 3.67 interest. I mean, inflation rate. That should be marked no, but it's marked yes on both of them. And I'm going, well, that isn't what you mark if you're taking the 1%. And that second one should be marked no if you were taking the 1%. And and then these probably are correct if you are taking the bank capacity and the 1%, you should be marking yes on both of those.
But
But I don't know if that changes anything on this document.
But just as stated in last week's meeting, take bank capacity and not take the 1%, you still have the bank capacity, including the 1% that was not taken last year. So you can find out the number and you can choose a lesser number.
And that's
So
the question I think
these are the maximums based on these scenarios. But you can go for no 1%, take bank capacity less a number and say, we want this amount.
Yeah, and I think that's what Barb, we were asking for just the bank capacity without the 1%, Barb, right?
Yes, yeah, that's what she said.
But when
That
you
is
say
correct.
bank capacity less than 1%, are you talking about the 1% this year? Or are you talking about the 1% this year and last year?
The 1% of any of the bank capacity.
Okay,
That way we're just getting the new construction that we had obviously didn't take.
right. Plus the new construction for this year.
Right.
And, yeah, new construction for this year. So, yeah, that's the thing is what, and that's where I do think you should, as a courtesy to her, a reminder about asking for the number for this time period. I don't know if she would have remembered.
And I asked her also for this sheet from last year. I wanted to see what we put in last year.
Good.
So I could compare it.
Yeah. And that will tell you the number to subtract. Because it'll be kind of hard, it's kind of hard to, if she gives you bank capacity and no 1% for this year, then you take last year's number and subtract from that. Then you have the $188,000 of refund fund levy that of how much we lost this year on supplements and cancels for you to make a decision on as well, which is a separate item.
Well, yeah, and I thought you were talking about new construction we lost last year. And
Yes.
she says we didn't.
Oh, gosh, we did. That's why our number is barely different than the year before. 24 is barely different than 23.
She says you can't, in an email to me, he said, you can't take that out. That's in there. I'm like,
Well, it's in there as bank capacity. It's not in there for final decision. Your final decision doesn't have to be any of these numbers. But you also have refund levy for you to decide if you want to recover that because we lost, because of the BTA decision that happened in June, we lost a lot of money and had to pay it back for monies clear back in 20 and 21.
now, in the first box of this thing, it includes that new construction, right? That's the number.
Right.
And I want to see if that number was in last year's. And so, just to clarify my own mind. Okay, we've hijacked this
Okay.
meeting long enough.
All right, so there's nothing more for the finance meeting. I'm seeing that our next meeting would be December 30th. Is we having a meeting on that day for your meeting as well?
Sure.
Okay,
December 30th?
that's my birthday.
It's a Monday.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you happy birthday today. Budget and finance at 10:30 a.m. is on our calendar.
Okay, I have that on. Okay,
Do we need to make a motion on on any minutes?
that's the thing is we have a problem with the minutes. We have them done, but then the people who can, I guess we could be voting us too, because I don't know when Michelle's ever gonna come to a meeting again.
The minutes are always the same every time,
Right.
doesn't matter who made the motion or didn't, she never updates them.
Right, so she just restating everything that's on here. So we could approve what's all been put on the website, because the auditor took over the action. Thank you for getting it available to the
Great.
public. And so we can call those minutes because this is exactly what we're discussing. Of course, we had some side discussions, and I don't know if those are official finance committee meeting discussions or discussions outside the purpose of the finance meeting, and I don't know how to treat those.
Other discussions.
I don't think you should approve any minutes that aren't here.
Okay, all right, so we'll just move on to the, again. And so that's all I have, so we can move to the next meeting.
Well, we could, because there are minutes being taken by the commissioner's office of this meeting that we've been utilizing in lieu of Michelle's minutes, which I don't know, Barbara?
Yeah, we don't, your formal finance committee meeting minutes are not anything to do with what we take. So I believe the finance committee secretary, Michelle, is supposed to be taking your own separate ones.
I know, but we've been using yours.
Yeah, then that's up to you guys and how you submit them to for Cindy's signature and all that, but we don't associate our minutes with those.
Okay, so I guess they just remain draft then until they get approved in an official meeting, so maybe December, maybe on your birthday, Daryl.
We have like 6 months worth of minutes to
To
approve,
approve, yeah.
A minimum.
so,
So are you adjourning our?
yeah, so let's
Finance committee
adjourn,
meeting?
let's adjourn with that still unresolved.
Okay. So you've presented some documents to us, Mandy.
Just the monthly commissioners report, which you guys were emailed last week. Everything is on track. We've collected approximately $50 million. We still are probably gonna spend another 10 million, I think, before year end. I think that's from this number, because this is October. I think we're projecting, I think it's 3 million, more closer to a $3 or $4 million variance by year end, but still Daryl says it'll be a $26 million.
So cash on hand at the end of October was 27,409. And what
Yeah.
you're saying is you think at December 31st, it's gonna be 26.
That's what Daryl says.
Because we have about, how many expenses every month?
Yeah, so for the revenues that we have still to come in and the expenses that we still have to pay.
We will have at least 26 million. The revenues are still coming in well, and so it could be high, it could definitely be higher, we'll see. Because the expenses is an estimate and the revenues are estimated, so hopefully. How much, actually, here's a question that's probably in here. How much is left after end of October of the unexpended budget for current expense? Actually, no, that's revenue.
The remaining budget for current expense?
Unexpended monies, so wouldn't this be this 16.9?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is, this is the main reason, the reason is more revenues and less expenses. If we spend 10 million, we underspent by almost $7 million our budget for this year. And that's the big reason why we are still not seeing the impacts of using reserves, is because our expenses didn't get expended. So if we are at 10 million, this is a big reason. Now, the revenues did well to overcome the property tax loss of 3.1 million. But when you don't have that, then the revenues really were barely over what we projected. And this is the reason why we're doing so much better at this point in time versus seeing the effect of using reserves to pay this year's budget.
We have a lot of unfilled positions and salary savings that have happened this year. So I don't know if that's the exact cause, but it would have a huge impact on underspending this year.
Unfortunately, the treasurer's office budget is not one of those budgets that's under.
Elections is over, but Michelle's.
This isn't AA for treasurers right now, Daryl, you don't.
No, this has been this is one of my bad years for budgets on what budgeted versus expense. After all these years, this was the bad year.
Why are we, so I didn't ask this question, Daryl, why are we 3.1 under on property taxes?
Typo.
Because first thing is, because you asked the budget so early, I put in a placeholder. Because I don't have numbers from the assessor. And again, last year, we didn't get numbers until the very last second, right before budget. Unfortunately, I wrote a note saying, don't use this number. But unfortunately, when things get paced and put over,
They use the number.
And then I didn't have time to review the numbers because we were so busy in PACS conversion. And so
Those
the
were
number I did,
represented.
just a placeholder number was used for the budget, but it had no reality and was not expecting not to get $525,000 either. So I still would have been off 2-point-some million dollars.
26.
Yeah, so, and then I didn't have the time to go check to see, or if I provided, to see if, I don't remember if I even provided an updated number or was asked.
Do you think we have a pretty accurate number this year for 2025?
No.
Are you just putting in a placeholder now, or are you?
No, I can't remember the number. Did I put 20 million? See, Melissa told us 20 million and I'm just saying,
We said 22 million.
okay,
But that's if we take,
We override Daryl this year.
but
We took 22, he put in 20
He said 20,
because of Melissa's
yeah, because he didn't
estimate.
have all the stuff, the information.
still don't have it.
And so we're estimating closer to 22 million, which is still 2 million less than last year. Like Daryl, 3 million off on a total random number is not too bad.
But the $22 million estimate is assuming you guys are gonna pass a certain levy of taxes as well for next year. And so,
One question I did ask Melissa was, because of property values, if we take the 1%, is the tax rate still gonna go slightly down?
yes, even if we do, even if we take the bank capacity, what I've seen on values from their system that are not official, it sure does not look like if we do that and do both, our rate is gonna be probably the same or maybe a penny to more than this year. And we're already at $1.09 as a total of veterans relief, mental health and current expense. So if all this happened, we would have still shown a normal progression going down each year. And so others, with the new value, other districts are gonna go down. The only entity that's gonna go up is Quincy because of the new park. Everyone else, Moses Lake is going down big time, obviously. They're gonna have a low value and then get really, and let's see it, and that's why they want their election probably before I send out the tax statements, because they're gonna see this, I don't know, it's gonna be very misleading to them. They're gonna have this low levy rate and taxes lower, which actually may mislead them to think that's the new norm. No, the new norm is having that really distorts your beliefs. So levy rates are going down for everyone. Everyone's gonna have lower levy rates because their value is gonna be higher. And then it comes down to all the new pieces of the pie for all the new people with the new construction and all that who are gonna be now sharing in the total pie. And so then what it means is,
I would like to support getting more money. I would also like to support either staying the same or going down with a levy rate, whatever that takes. And I think that means I can still improve when you've got a 3.67% inflation rate and you're only taking 1%, you're falling behind, right?
yes,
So,
we took a 6% and didn't take an increase, so
yeah.
that was a fall
and the
behind.
only reason why we're doing so well so far is because our expenses haven't been spent. A little bit of the benefit has just been our net revenues. We were able to offset the large property tax revenue loss with other revenues, sales tax and other things.
Well, I think that, it behooves us to hope or maybe even put out a statement, we'd like people to be conservative to the end of the year, because a lot of times in government, unfortunately, people go, oh, we got this much left, we gotta get rid of it, we gotta spend it or they're gonna take it away from us next year.
Yeah.
I don't like that. If you don't need it, don't spend it. That's my attitude.
But you've been here long enough to have an opinion of who those would be.
Maybe.
So, and I'm glad to see this number, because I was going, I don't think I made that much more revenue, offsetting my big loss one. But now this really tells the picture of why. And unless you're expecting this to happen every year of not spending near $7 million, then this reason of our current balance increase of not hardly changing from a year before is just an anomaly and is not gonna happen again.
Well, it's better to have this number than it is to be in the
Right,
hole.
we're just, right. But yeah, this is a key number, this one on the expense number, what,
The 16,904.
the 16,904, yes.
You jinxed me, Daryl. Now that's gonna like go way down.
Just wait till that next budget and we'll be at 11.904, the next meeting in December. Okay,
Well, last year, in October, we took in 10.3, but this year we only took in 9.9.
right, and the big reason is we had a lot more property taxes posted in October than this year. Even though I was
You
posting.
mean last year you did?
Yes,
Okay.
I was going, holy
So
smokes.
what do you
After all that
think?
work of pulling all the big payments out and getting them posted, we still had a lot left for November.
So what's November's number?
Well, November's number, last year was under 1 million. This year it's over 2.2. We didn't have, not under 1 million, I think it was under 1.2 million.
We're gonna need 6. We're gonna need 6 total in the next 2 months to hit budget on revenue. That's 3 million a month. No, we're gonna need, 12, we're gonna need 6 million a month
Yikes.
to meet budget on revenue.
Get on it, Daryl.
Sales, well, as you can see in my numbers, this is a good start, just looking at the
You had November,
1.8 on sales tax. Actually, a big indication is, in October 23, we collected over $7 million for property taxes. This year is 5.4543. So we are over 1.6 million less in posting.
mhm.
And a lot of that got shifted to November.
How much revenue in November? Are we-
Well, we didn't get property taxes listed here in November. We have sales tax, 1/10 and all that. Everything was up last year. Everything was up. Didn't get a report on law and justice, but
No, those are all the numbers I did.
What's this total? These totaled.
This is the year-to-date for November for those items.
Yeah, what's the total?
Well, only the top two go into current expense.
Oh, okay.
so
So that's about
1.7,
near 1.8
1.8.
of those monies. Then we have property tax at 1.8, that's 4 million. Then we have interest income, and then we have interest and penalties, and we have all these other, and we have all the deposits that actually go into current expense, except for district court. What have we been seeing from district court? Have we got any
They have
deposits?
that big close down.
They
thing
can't
for
collect
3
anything.
weeks.
No, they collected payments, they just couldn't post them.
Oh?
That's not what I'm seeing. So they brought in their first check last Thursday. And
Well,
they're
no,
not backtracking.
Well, I'm not saying they posted, they can't post them and they weren't giving them to us. So they're holding checks and not
Well, what
posting.
I'm telling you is their first check was on Thursday, and they haven't gone back and picked any of that stuff up yet. So I don't know.
Yeah,
The
cause
clerk's office, same thing.
yeah. So we have a lot of deposits that are unknown right now, part of it goes to current expense.
They starting to collect again?
I don't know what they're doing.
She told me she was gonna just not collect, cause I told her you can't just keep checks in your, in your office.
Well, right, and the clerk's office, they deposited a little tiny one, it was like $500. And then they just did their normal week thing that they do. So I'm assuming that district court was doing the same thing.
So those are part of the revenues.
Well, if I'm looking at the top two on this sheet and we're at 2 million. And we don't have November's numbers, but you're suggesting maybe it's gonna be 3, that's only 5. So we needed 6.
Where's our $1 million, Daryl?
That's probably part of the miscalculation and factored in.
No.
First thing is this 12 million includes 3.1 we're definitely not getting.
So it should be 9.
And if we assume all the revenues are neutral, then that means 9. Which I'm trying to whittle down and make it more than 9. So we got 2 months of a lot of these different pieces that all add up. There's a lot.
I'm just trying to mentally
I know.
put it in my mind for this afternoon's meeting. Because we're gonna be talking money.
You have a lot more to talk about, don't you?
What? No?
You just wanna have these numbers and be done with them? You don't want me to actually go in and actually ask questions
No, I'm sick.
of me? Okay.
Yeah.
And like one revenue we normally get each year is getting accelerated payments on foreclosure and dispersing the monies where current expense gets a good chunk of that. And that sale's not happening till January. So that means more of those revenues that happen in November are happening in January instead.
That's true.
So, and we're still down to 40 parcels, which have houses on them. So, let me look at other things here.
This financial summary of other funds, this is the summary of every other fund besides current expense.
Now look at, 126, we've gained 652,000. I was looking at the other way. And 132 just has a $200,000 drop. So you could see your economic.
Where are you at? What page you?
I was looking at financial summary, other funds of cash
Okay.
positions, changes from a year ago.
132, $214,000 increase. Just because it's in parentheses doesn't mean it's negative.
On this report, yes.
In this report.
Yes, Jared, yes.
You gotta look at the opposite.
No, parentheses mean negative.
Yes.
Yeah, like mental health, $5 million gain from a year ago.
What number is that?
108.
No, decrease. No, you're right, increase. Okay. I was looking at the first one being 24. It's not.
And the 117 has gone 1.5 million increase despite expenses being made out of it.
117.
117.
It's criminal justice sales and use tax.
So overall, our REIT has given us 400,000 more this year than last year.
Yes. And
The 2 REITs.
that's why I was suggesting what are those things that we could use to make bond payments each year in the future. And dedicate those monies and then decide on the rest of the monies because we still got very healthy balances. But I thought I heard you had other expenditures happening out of REIT for the next year's budget, other than debt payments.
We do, we have some requests, that's for sure.
They haven't officially decided on that.
But yes, you have a lot of money in there, just like you have a lot of money in the MAC fund, 135, and all these funds.
We have a mortgage payment carryover in there.
So just whatever
We
you
have a
can,
$400,000
use REIT.
request for the dentist's office remodel in there.
You know,
So here's the deal. The requests right now are out of REIT 1 is 1.7 and requests out of REIT 2 are 1.4. And those have fund balances of 5.3 and 3.4.
And the normal average over years, revenue is $1.2 million each. So if that average
Total
happens.
2025 revenue per the treasurer is 1.165.
Okay, each. Yep.
Each.
Okay, yep, which means you're spending, only notching 600,000 out of that carryover balance. Of which, whatever you could find else to spend, that has this being spent from some other current expense fund that can be paid out of that, do it. And of course, we have the debt payments that we were looking, here's the morgue, debt payments, but that ain't gonna be, that may be like 700,000 a year total out of one or split it up.
Mhm.
So that's still
So
really
that's
doesn't
only
draw
30,
down the balance
35.
each year that much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only, what, 350,000 on each one.
Mhm.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, how are you?
But yeah, we're just talking about the REIT and the corner
Oh, if I
project.
can find a place to build it.
Yeah.
Is it, I was looking at the newspaper and the surplus amount of how over $600,000 that they want for that little piece of property.
No, 600,000 is what I offered, but their minimum bid is 840,000.
Yeah, that is much money. I think that other area I have,
I'd love to know more about it.
yeah, I have the phone number for that guy.
Can you get that for me? It'd be great.
Hopefully I didn't throw away.
What are you gonna project this afternoon?
As fun as you have to.
And yeah, it's because it's the Bob's Cafe behind that scene, behind the gas station at that area.
This is probably not a conversation should be having on a live Zoom meeting.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct. You're correct. That This is totally out of the purpose of the meeting.
So I'm gonna go into recess for 2 minutes, get a little back bathroom break or whatever, and then we will take up our meeting about the 117 fund.
Here, I thought I was gonna start handing out sticks.
All right, folks. We are back in session for a meeting about the 117 fund. It's the stakeholders. The 117 fund has to do with the new jail. And Tom, you've kind of been heading this meeting up. It got kind of flopped in your lap over the last few months, but not sure it was meant to be that way, but here we are, and we'd appreciate you sharing anything you need to share.
Well, so I haven't had a chance to get back over to the jail yet this week. I was supposed to go this morning, but then we had something come up at the INM building that we've been dealing with. But so far, just to give you an update on the jail, this year to date, we've spent 34,677,000 and change. And on the project total since its inception, 37,276,000. The STAR report on the 117 is showing an ending balance currently of $14,686,000 and change.
What is that fund? What's that number?
The 117 fund, $14,686,763.09 with no transfers out.
Probably be 15 million by the end of the year with interest.
Well, so I'm showing, so maybe you can tell me because I'm dumb. So when you see the STAR report, it shows this.
Mhm.
The revenue report for the same time shows that.
There is a
Is
difference
that-
between his reports and GP
Okay.
for revenue accrual. He posts his interest as if he's actually received it.
Okay,
We don't post it until we actually receive it.
gotcha. So on the Excel sheet, it's showing 15,146,000, but so there's some. But I'm not showing any transfers out, although it does show a transfer out to corrections of 1.4 million, but it doesn't have a date or a time in there. If you look at that, it says corrections.
Oh, so that was last year's.
Yeah, last year, yeah.
Yeah, they corrected, so they had money in 313.
So it's not corrections as in corrections officers.
No,
That's just a
it's
correction to the
correction
account.
to the account,
That's what, that's, perfect.
So, can I ask a question just for clarification, because there've been so many meetings over these finances, the numbers changed twice, it seems like. 117 is for,
That's the 0.3%. That's the sales tax that comes in, and it's, so the purpose of that fund is to pay the debt service on the bond.
so why is there no debt service we've had to pay on the bond yet?
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah,
Did it come out of there?
No, you'll have a payment come out of that amount in December.
Oh,
in
yeah.
December of 4.8 million
Okay, so 4.8 will leave that fund.
in December.
Okay,
Yes.
and that means we literally have 2 more years of payments in that at this point in
At this
time,
point.
without,
And how much is coming?
any of the
this year?
income coming in.
So as we grow, and that's the thing about that, as we grow, that's gonna increase over time. So we were forecasted at the very beginning of this to get about 5.1 million or something like that, but we beat it every year. So I'm forecasting 7 million this year total to come in on the 0.3%, but that's plumber math.
So I guess my question is, are we saving that for soft costs?
So
Because if there's gonna be enough for the payment coming in every year, and we have 2 years of payments stacked up after this payment, what are we gonna use that fund?
So there's a number of things to think about here. So one of them is, so that revenue surplus, right? We have a revenue surplus that's gonna come in every year because we're growing and we're beating what the forecast was. So 5% of that surplus, not the total, but just the surplus over the debt. That goes into a capital replacement program for that
Oh,
facility.
it
So
was
that we're-
5% of the surplus, and
5%
not
of the
5% of the whole thing?
No, just 5% of
Okay.
whatever the revenue
All right.
surplus is. So now, the other thing we can consider on that, I know that Daryl has looked at this as, since we have to bond again to pay for the rest of the jail, how much of this can help pay that debt service and reduce the amount that we have to pay? Go ahead.
How much will
So when we bond
actual,
again,
construction and not have to take as much as a bond? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, we still have to take as much of a bond. Now,
Okay.
we can use some of that. That's all, so it's all part of the mix. We can use some of that. Let's say we're gonna bond for 60 million, since we have 14 million. Let's just pretend that's what's in there. Now, we only have to do, 60 million minus the 14, and our debt service is low. Or,
That's the question I was just asking.
well, it hasn't been decided. Or the 60 million, whatever that debt service payment is, how much of that debt service payment can be, how can we play with the financing on that? Because we have this revenue surplus that can help pay.
And the 60 million only finishes the jail, it doesn't account for new
Right,
courthouse.
so something else to consider is that, we've now had two sheriffs, okay, at the county leaders conference. Not the county leaders conference, the grant lead conference. Joe Creed told the crowd that we were gonna take care of mental health in the jail, that we were working on that. I still don't know how we're doing that. So I think that some of the surplus in there can be used a number of years from now, because there's enough overage coming in to sustain the salary of whatever mental health expert they need, like what Pacific County does. Or there's a couple other counties where they've actually funded that mental health position in the jail. That person that can diagnose and call for a hospital bed and take care of those people who are having psychotic breaks in the jail. I think there's opportunity to use that fund to offset that salary cost. But again, it's just an idea. Those are all just.
Do we already have a spare office for that person, Bill?
We also need drug treatment.
So all things to think about as you decide to, how do we affect those things in the jail or not?
And Danny, next year, we are taking 3 million out of there for salaries for corrections officers.
We are. That was decided.
It's not official until December 2nd when they adopt it, but Cindy agreed to do it.
3 million? What was it prior?
One.
1 million.
One.
We didn't do, so part of it was we didn't transfer the 1 million this year.
Why would we do 3 million?
So we were adding, so 1 million for next year, 1 million for this year, and then we bumped it up to cover, because that's what we needed for, and also, we don't anticipate utilizing the full 3 million, since there's gonna be 14 positions that aren't gonna be filled until half the year.
So.
Half the year because this facility is open at 26.
Yeah.
So
But
half
then
of the
we're
year
not
for there.
taking into account even more the levy amounts. If we're bumping it, like I didn't know we were bumping it to 3 million. So
Well, so there's been a discussion a number of times about whether or not we would borrow from that fund to take care of the salary increases for corrections until such time that the revenue surplus was enough to make that sustainable.
yeah, that increase was 1 million.
That was.
It's not any more than 1 million. That discussion's never taken place with me.
Yeah, and that's the first I'd heard of the 3 million coming out, so.
Yeah, I don't remember it either, Mandy.
I talked to Cindy about it in detail, and then it was in
I
the
have to interrupt
meeting.
you, and I don't want to, but one commissioner is a bobblehead.
No, I know,
Just remember that.
but then it was in the detail, the preliminary budget that we talked about in the last meeting. So it may not have been very obvious,
There's a budget meeting this afternoon.
and we have another budget meeting today, yes, but yeah. Cause we were at that, right now we're at 7 million, we were at 10 million without doing that.
Which we shouldn't be trying to cut levy if that's where we're at. That's, I guess, the part that's so weird to me. We should be taking the bank and trying to figure out what else we can cut to get within reason.
And I'll hold my comments to that meeting. I've already expressed most of them, but I'll just, that's for that night. Okay. Now, the problem is with this new debt is I'm not sure we're gonna get as benefit from lower interest rates. But we definitely, that's why I've been looking at saying interest-only payments. to keep the total debt amount for the next 3-4 years, we'll see how many years, to be under the revenue that we receive each year, of which, the way, right now it's, I'm trying to figure out my numbers correct or not. This is saying, you're projecting seven, right now, if we got another big month, we'd be at 6.7 million for this year.
I could be off
Which
a
is
little bit.
which is still higher than budget.
Yeah.
We're still above budget. And then next year, what did I project? For public safety. But we also have interest income. Of some money to us, to go with that
I think you had 7.1 million?
That's where I thought we were gonna be.
for next year.
Yeah,
Okay, not this year.
no, next year.
You're right. But that 7.1 total includes interest income.
Uh-huh.
Because interest income's going down, well, no, not at this fund. Yeah, no, the public safety, that money's actually, well, while we'll have a big drop down, this is, interest income is just because of interest rates going down.
What was the budgeted amount for 2024 in the public safety? I don't see it on this chart.
It's not, it's just, from memory, we think it's 7.1 million.
We were projecting the same for next year.
Oh, I don't know how much he budgeted. For this year, he budgeted 6 point,
Well, so no, this is our end of
1.2.
November. So I think of the budget, total revenue side was
5.9?
6.5 possibly with interest.
Public safety only?
Yes.
Where's the interest? I see 5.9 for
But,
2024
well,
budget.
I don't provide the interest.
Oh, on here?
Yes.
So 6.2 with interest?
Right.
And then 7.1.
Yeah, but the 5.9 written here is just to date, so that's what it was projected to be through November.
Oh, no, on the far right is the budgeted number,
For 11 months.
5.912. Oh, that's for only 11 months?
Yes. Now, the revenues that we've already got paid off, I put the full year revenues, but I probably should turn them red so you know which one's a full year. But those are 11-month numbers, most of them.
It's probably 6.4 plus, and then you'd add interest, so you're up there almost
Right.
7.
And that's the whole thing, was if we have 4.8. It sure sounds like it's gonna be at least 3 million.
I just have a feeling December is gonna be a great year in Grant County. A great month in Grant County.
When you said that, I caught that. It's gonna be a great year. December's gonna be a great year.
I mean, yeah, a great month. I think people are gonna spend money this holiday.
I already did. You should have seen the Amazon order last night.
Thank you. Just helping us out here, Danny.
Doing my part.
And of course, if you don't wanna be touching this fund, or if our debt payment's a little more, we have REIT.
What are you, like a REIT salesman?
I'm just throwing out other possible purposes of race resources to pay debt.
Well, and the economic enhancement was another option to pay the debt payments as well.
Well, no, so I'm not sure how much you wanna keep tapping down on this fund when you have other monies as well that could be used to pay debt.
Well, and some of that, for me, I look to you to be the best guide on that, right? The best,
Well, I've always been, just like this report regarding the ending balances. Look here, how much money we have in this fund. So we got REIT funds that have a whole bunch of money. We have the 113 and the 133. 133 had almost $6.5 million. What was your plan, what is the target, and I'm talking, what is your target carryover? I know, and so when will that money start going down? Which that money could also help pay debt and get closer to a more normal debt cycle, which would mean overall less interest being paid by all the people each year over that 30 to 35 years.
and how much is in that fund?
Currently, almost 6.5 million.
I mean, and could we use that to pay for the coroner's office?
Yeah.
I just gotta find a chunk of
Yeah,
dirt to build it on.
I think we did project to use at least half of the coroner's
But not paid in cash, but use that to pay debt. Yeah, we got so many things where we could drop cash big time, and then we may have something happen where we really wish we had the money.
Yeah.
Because if our county keeps growing like it is, with all these projects going on, there's gonna be more demand for the county road fund and all these funds. County road, it's probably, I thought they asked for money out of REIT.
$150,000, I believe.
Well,
For a drum
that's very,
hauler.
that, to me, that's nothing. You know,
That's nothing to you, Daryl?
not out of those funds
Can you borrow
balances.
your debit card?
No, in county roads, ideally, we would probably do 350 out of REIT. Cause 150 is only to do the south portion of Drumheller and not to do the rocky granited portion.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, so you have these refunds off,
It's a road everybody wants
you
to get.
can either do these projects in cash.
What did the previous
Where is
boards
that
use
connect?
these funds for? It seems like they
Hardly
use them
anything.
as the fairgrounds.
Yeah, it's
Talks
just,
about
they're
it.
just
I don't-
paying debt, well, no, those are the economic was paying the debts. But we didn't, and in the past, they hardly used any of this REIT money for actually roads or utilities.
Well, a lot of that, they didn't know that they could, you know, so, which I was happy with because it freed up REIT funds for me to do capital projects, but I wasn't competing as much.
Yeah, cause it's almost where you got these part of monies plus current expense. Ignore current expense, see what can we do to start dwindling down those monies over time as well. And that's where debt payments of using multiple resources to pay the jail, pay the morgue, all these things are available. And so we have this fund that has the balance, that's gonna go down to 10, it'll probably be at 11 million at minimum at the end of the year. And just what are not REIT money uses that fund could be paid for? Or REIT in economic accounts. And start looking at those type of expenses out of that fund to start dwindling that number down. But when we get our new debt, it's gonna be 4.8, it could be 8 million. Which means we're drawing down 2 million a year or 1.5 million a year out of that balance, unless I really change the debt to not be so big immediately. Okay, well, that's, go ahead. We have other parts of the meeting.
No, this is great.
No, yeah, just the problem is it's just I'm scared. I thought we were gonna have some good lower interest rates next year. Now I don't know. The market went the opposite way of increasing long-term rates.
Good. Wouldn't you want good higher rates? You said good lower rates.
It depends on whether you're.
If you're incurring debt, you want lower rates.
Yeah.
If you're making interest income on higher rates.
Yeah,
Right now,
We're gonna be incurring debt, so we want low rates.
okay.
And technically, I don't know if we factored in interest income on that money that we get for next year.
Yeah, off the new bond?
Yes. So,
Without knowing what the interest rate's gonna be when the
Right.
bond, that's
Okay,
pretty
so-
crystal, I mean, it's
right.
all crystal ballish, but.
so hopefully 2.5% to 3% on that money when it comes. So,
Which is helpful.
But yes, this building over here, I don't know how, unless you really tap the REIT, really tap your economic enhancement, really draw on those to pay on debt for that.
You mean for the law and justice building?
For the repurposing,
Yeah, that's up in the air right now, so. What we're gonna do there, I think is up in the air.
and of course, the one thing I keep harping is how we're currently subsidizing cities already by our current agreement on the tax distribution on the 1%, where they don't pay us and we use that money that's not even close to what the costs are. And if we get out of the agreement and go back to what other counties are doing, most other counties are doing, of actually direct billing them for the costs, I think we can gain money that way. That will not be just break even and make it fair.
So what are you talking about, the 1%? For what?
Right now, we passed a 1% tax 20 years ago or more. instead of having county, and this is where the big case of the city, misdemeanor cost in the lawsuit against the city of Seattle, that we could recover our misdemeanor costs from cities.
Okay,
And then what we decided in the contract is we'll keep their sales tax portion of the 1% to cover those costs. Well, those costs haven't been covered for a long time.
yeah, and given that, we were recovering costs through fines and fees and all that kind of stuff, and that's gone way down.
Right. The marijuana, everything, all these fees on everything have been dropped big time. So we are not getting, if we decided to say we're gonna want the contract to be closed and work on a negotiation of actual costs, you have all these counties that already have prepared documents for the negotiations of what they say, and then it comes down to dollars.
Yep.
And I believe
We're
that,
basically subsidizing district court for the city, there's municipal courts for the cities, yeah.
Yep.
That is definitely true.
and keep subsidizing them.
So
And the
they
big winner is Moses
received,
Lake.
Yep.
Big winner is Moses Lake.
Maybe we can close that court.
Well,
still,
we're still,
even if
I
they
mean,
came over here, you're still subsidized.
Moses Lake, I think, is the biggest city in the state, doesn't have its own court, is what I've heard, I don't know that for sure. So cities the size of Moses Lake typically have their own court for misdemeanors, like Othello has its own city
Municipal court.
city municipal court, and we're basically fulfilling that role. Used to be, I think my understanding was that we got the money from that, so fines, fees, all that kind of stuff. But those have all pretty much dried up with changes in the legislature. And so, yeah, we're subsidizing a lot of that. Now, how to set up and fix that, I just don't have the time to really delve into, so I haven't, but.
Carol wants to.
Well,
I
I think the fix there is notifying the, not that you would, but the fix there is notifying the city council that they need to stand up a municipal court because we're no longer gonna do that for them.
Okay,
And
then do we get rid of a district court judge? Do I get rid of prosecutor? There's a whole lot of dominoes to that we gotta figure out before we can go.
well, yeah, that's me not knowing anything about it.
Yeah,
You could see if you, whatever, we gotta find that contract. And you can tell them we're wishing the contract to end. It doesn't mean when you have the negotiation, it doesn't stay the same way. It's just you want to review it and want to have the contract in and then decide on the future.
what we probably need is somebody
Could we put that on your plate to look up that contract?
Isn't there a way to
Or we can just
I
keep
apologize.
That's what I was trying to say, is we need
100%,
somebody-
so if you can talk to me about that, Danny, that'd be great.
I'll have Daryl talk to you about it.
Perfect.
What we need is somebody who can, yeah, exactly, quantify that.
And the district court system, except for this problem, the problem was in the past is not knowing which is city and which was entities and all this type of stuff to quantify it. The new software, hopefully, that they've had for quite some time.
Which new software?
Well, whenever they did the upgrade in the past, it provided more details. And I think their ability to see who brought the people in.
Well, that's not, I mean, to see just who filed cases is fairly easy.
Right.
I mean, I can do that with my software, I can tell, because I'll have
It's the time being spent by attorneys for these customers.
Right, well, I devote 2 attorneys to the Moses Lake Courthouse. Granted, that includes warden, a lot of areas around Moses Lake, it's not just Moses Lake. So, it's not just the city limits of Moses Lake. So, I mean, that's any help, but then, yeah, what percentage of their cases are they taking up a judge? How many clerks are they taking up? And what funding do we get and what funding would they have to do on their own?
And if any of those go to jail.
Yep.
And those costs.
Those costs. Yeah. So, but I don't have the wherewithal or the
Well, no,
person to look into that.
That's where I kept saying is no one wanted to do the work to prove to the city of Moses Lake, because they're gonna be the biggest squawkers. And then to show And then, but I think the methodology and all this thing's been worked out in other counties. And it's just, the question is, we need to talk to the counties and see how they did it and plagiarize as much as possible from their stuff. Because all these counties can't be wrong and us be something different.
No, I have several different things where if I had enough attorneys, I'm just trying to stay above water on the day-to-day stuff. And that's kind of the problem.
Before we end our time, is there anything crucial to the 117 that we need to discuss?
I didn't bring my keys. So I got
Daryl will have Barb get that contract
Yeah.
found for us.
Was it 2095 or I can't remember.
Well, we re-upped it not that long ago. I think, if I remember
No, we
correctly.
haven't had touched this contract regarding the 1% sales tax that we agreed to put on.
Okay, I don't know about that money, but as far as the agreements about district court, I think we have updated that fairly recently.
Anything, Tom? Thank you so much, everybody. I think that this was a good discussion,
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's,
helping us look at numbers. Mandy is crucial and Daryl bringing up these other funds and yeah, we'll talk more about it this afternoon.
well, and I think someday that you're gonna have to address the revenue surplus if we continue to grow, because 10, 15 years from now, that 3 times 1%, your revenue surplus is in the millions based on the schedule that our bond.
Yeah, and at that time, use it to offset
Yeah.
some wages also.
Yeah, and if you ever, in that amount of time, if you ever have to add the other 512 beds, the surplus might go to another bond.
Or we need to do the courthouse somehow.
So Joe Creed is gonna reach out to the sheriff of Lincoln County after a conversation with Rob Kaufman.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a number of people contacting Joe Creed about leasing bed space right now. More than I thought.
Good.
Lots of driving.
They don't care.
Well, okay. Surprised.
I mean, we've got cities in Puget Sound that can't deal with King County anymore, and they're contacting saying, we'll drive over there, we'll pay everything.
Wow.
It's cheaper than dealing and easier than dealing with King County.
Oh.
Guess it's just gonna become Grant County Regional Jail.
That's what Joe was starting to believe.
All right, everyone, it's 12. We're going to recess until 1 PM this afternoon. For the Commissioners Roundtable miscellaneous discussion.
Good afternoon, it is 1:00. We are here for the Commissioners Roundtable. We have review of consent agenda items before we start that. Does anybody in the room have anything to add? Or do you want to go first? Now's your chance. Okay. Any questions on the review of the consent agenda?
I'd like to discuss number 5. This was held from November 19th, and I would like to know whether Rob and Cindy, you would like to set another ARPA meeting or just go ahead and deal with these last two here and now to decide what we're gonna do with our funding. I'd kind of like to just move on the crossroads and the preschool early learning requests and still hold the 44 that Jacob's Well would like us to donate, to still hold that one in case he comes in with a 501c3 number. At that point, we would be $170,000 total of the 426,770 that's left in there. And then I think we should look to figure out how we just apply that to say zero pressure rooms or something in the HVAC system of our coroner's office, something like that. We have that 1.1 left in the county, and then maybe utilize some of this to close out more funding for the coroner's soft costs.
Okay, let's, can we schedule a meeting or talk about it during our commissioner meetings that are usually 3 or 4 o'clock on Mondays, like every other Monday? Just so we can get everything together on ARPA.
Yeah, I'd like to,
Or maybe
anyway,
just set the
you
meeting
understand
with
my,
Carrie. Is
you
Carrie, are you
understand
doing
my,
ARPA? Are you taking over the ARPA? Okay.
you understand my dilemma. I'd like to finish that up as soon
But I
as
think sooner
possible. But
than
let's
later.
look at the calendar for next Monday, for instance.
I think we should, yeah, set the meeting so we can be fully prepared on what we have in ARPA. What?
Folks, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Susie Fody has her hand raised.
Susie, yes?
I have a couple questions about ARPA.
Okay.
I realize the allocations have to be made by December 31st of 24. And the spend date, is that 2025 or 2026?
2026.
I'd be curious to know if it's possible for current ARPA grantees, if there is excess and you're struggling to figure out how to distribute those, if current grantees could request a bit more. Our program asked for funding through December of 2025. So there would be an additional 5 months. I would love to ask for more funds to cover expenses.
Yeah, because Susie, I think we treated yours as just year by year. We didn't do well, we may have done the whole amount, but we were only issuing 1 year at a time for you, correct?
Correct. And the overall total was calculated for 5.5 years, ending December 31st, 2025. But if there is an additional 5 months to be able to spend those dollars,
I didn't think we could spend them into, I thought they had to be spent by 2026, September.
Have to be sent by,
September 2026? Okay.
I thought it was December 31st, 2026.
September.
September 30.
2026, okay.
okay. And I only planned for December of 2025.
Well, Susie, I would recommend, because our memories are also great here at the table, if you could just send a letter to the commissioners requesting that, an email would be fine.
Yeah, and Barb, can we set up an ARPA meeting for 4 p.m. on December 2nd?
I can do that.
And I'll have a request to you before then. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then I'm gonna be requesting that we hold that number 5 until after our meeting on December 2nd.
Okay, on actually the December 3rd, we do have a 1 hour gap of time on December 3rd, if we want to do that, from 10 to 11. The assessor's office council.
Oh,
Can we do that?
that's fine with me.
Okay.
You wanna go, let's go 10 a.m. on December 3rd, Barb, instead.
Got it. Will do.
Thank you. My next question is about number 8, the recommendation from the Tourism Advisory Committee. We don't, do we have any other signatures on that besides the request for us to sign right now? Because on the line, there weren't any signatures. And I just wanted to note that the commissions was taken out of the contract, as were meal rates, per diem meal rates placed in it. So it has been fixed, the important things that we felt were important about that. And I just wanted to know if my fellow seatmates had any other discussion about that besides my question about signatures.
When you say signatures, do you mean like other people to sign?
Yeah,
Like the,
are we the first ones that are gonna sign this, or should we be the last ones to sign it?
so you would be,
And
I had it as the first.
We would be after.
And Rebecca has approved it.
Rebecca has approved it,
Yeah, I
yes.
thought I
she
saw
didn't
that
sign it.
email, yeah.
So I was putting it before you guys first because this had the recommendation of increasing the marketing retainer
Mhm.
to the 42,
I think that's a good discussion to have. What was it prior?
39,600.
And I think I understood from you as the clerk, you're not on the let's just clarify, you're not on the Tourism Advisory Committee. So this is not on your shoulders, so I'm not questioning you. But was there discussion in the minutes about the raise of that having to do with the commissions? If you're gonna take the commissions away, we want to give her more funding.
I have not told them explicitly that you guys had requested the commissions to be removed from the contract.
So they didn't know that when this request was made.
I still have not told them explicitly that the commissions would be removed from the contract just because it hadn't gone through legal. You guys had not approved the changes. I didn't want to.
This probably should go
Stir
through
up
the
something.
tourism board then before it comes to us.
That's fine. I'm bringing
they're
this
aware.
forward because they're requesting that increase. So I can, if this is approved, I can take it to them next week when they have their meeting and have them sign it first and then have the commissioner sign it.
So right now you're asking us if we're going to approve the increase in the retainer.
Yes, when they say loss of commission, they're saying loss of commission because she will not be able to contract with as many people. So she won't be getting as much.
Because of the lower
Yes.
LTAC.
Yes.
She's also gonna be losing a lot of funding if she's not tacking on her percentage of every.
Yes, but when they're saying the loss of marketing commission, they don't know that she is not
And I have
having
a
this.
feeling there.
Yes,
Does Truly Creative know this?
unless she has watched past meetings
Yeah.
where we've talked about it, but I have
This would
not.
be a shock to both Truly Creative and to tourism, so it would probably be best if they may wanna increase that dollar amount. We'll see.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because I knew there was a little bit of this going on and I thought we should discuss it before we get to decision-making time tomorrow. So I don't know that I want to. I don't think I have anything more to add to that conversation. Rob, Cindy?
No, I just think it needs to go to them before it comes to us.
But I think Caitlin's asking us, are we going to approve the raise in the retainer?
I'm fine with the increased amount with the other stuff pulled out.
Okay. Okay,
I just
I just
would
wanted
be
to get us
surprised if
that
they
on the
were.
table.
if they're gonna be happy with that, because it's gonna be quite a reduction for.
Okay. On number 11, I will just clarify once again, that's got to be a denial from us because of our moratorium. That's the cannabis producer relocation one on number 11. I thought it was interesting. We're gonna pull a tractor off the surplus list at Fairgrounds number 14 and request a surplus tractor not be surplus. I just want to make sure that's A-okay, Barb. Is that how this is supposed to be done? Has this been talked through?
No, they submit it to the board and they should be there right now to answer your questions. There's no one in the audience.
Oh, Jim is asking to be put on.
I have tried to make him a panelist twice. He's declining, but let's see. Jim, is it working?
Hi, Jim.
I'm not doing anything actually, but I'm here.
It's weird. It says you keep declining to be a panelist.
I'm not hitting anything, Barb, but
so weird.
So we ended up getting our 383 running, and it's a much better tractor than the 1190. So we would like to not surplus the 383 and surplus the 1190. That's what the wording says.
Yeah, I totally understood what you were getting at. Thought it was the smartest thing to do. I'm just wondering about process. Is this the right process? We pull back a surplus and then we add another one?
Well, we haven't had the hearing yet, which is on December 10th.
Okay, so we're just saying we're gonna just change the wording on your request on December 10th and that'll come before us officially then.
For advertising purposes.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, great. That's all I need to know. I totally understand your logic. I do the same thing. In fact, you sound like a farmer.
Oh, nope, just a fairgrounds guy.
And I just thought on number 18, we need to change the official dates on that one because it says it's in 2024. The Grant County Sheriff's Office states in this part something in 2025, but the actual dates on the request are 2024. So
Are you 18 or 19?
I was on 18, I think.
Okay, out of state travel, 2025. Are you talking about the car?
On here though.
No, on there. To attend the 2025
yeah,
Laser
right
Vision Power
here.
Conference.
It says the travel dates are 4/13/2024 through 4/17/2024.
We corrected it on here.
So we just want to correct that on any documents we need to.
Danny, if you want to strike that out and then initial it, that'd be great.
So you might get a new 2024 Subaru Impreza. Is that what you said? Is that gonna be your new car?
No.
You'll be tearing around in?
It's not mine.
Like, Sheriff's Office has any Subarus.
It's a way to acquire a discreet looking vehicle for sensitive use.
What's it gonna be worth?
I'm not sure.
28,000.
Yeah.
If they owe 20 on it, that's what I was wondering. I mean, is the hassle gonna be good? Maybe it's only worth 21 at West.
Yeah, the evaluations was done. That question was asked. I don't have the specific answer for you, but yeah, that was referenced. Or we wouldn't be purchasing it.
Yeah, he's gonna Google 2024 Subaru.
No, I'm not. Couldn't afford it anyway, even if I wanted it.
Okay, any other questions for on the agenda? All right. Our audience is very quiet today, thinking about the Thanksgiving feast.
Is there something I can add, Cindy?
Yeah.
So later today, we're having a budget continuation.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that it's for position management. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
HR, after some internal discussion, would recommend holding discussion for position management until our HR director is back in the office.
Okay.
Is there any opposition to that request, recommendation?
The only opposition would be if we're supposed to adopt the budget on Monday, a week from today. So I know Docor had that. I think there's we can hold it.
Is that a drop dead date, the second?
Well, we have to
or what's
have a
supposed do?
hearing, so we can just,
There's a levy certification, but I don't see the budget one.
yeah, it has to be the first Tuesday of December. No, first Monday or Tuesday, first Monday of December, but we have to have a hearing that day, but we can always extend it, so we could push it back a week, so we actually adopt the budget on later in the month. Just has to be adopted by the end of the month, so we definitely could do that. So,
I would appreciate it.
because I think that was, okay. And we did, Decorah did mention that, we thought, well, this kind of, we just need a, kind of maybe a place setter.
Sure.
Just save some. That we can make. I'm not sure of it. So we'll still have our budget meeting, it may be a short one since we will not be talking about employees.
Did you see my email about John from the museum?
Yes, I need to,
potentially attending that.
yeah, we can address that too. Oh, and we can address that then. Do you want me, since we haven't adopted the budget, we were talking about doing a reduction in the revenue that is transferred over his direction. Could we pencil in the budget? I thought we put a number in. We haven't adopted anything.
We'll talk about that this afternoon in our long meeting,
Okay, so I could
I believe.
give him information that it's still pending. We haven't adopted or done anything, so. Okay, that would be the perfect time to visit with him about that,
And Daryl will be there and so will Amanda.
hopefully. I think we've
Well,
got
he said
budget
earlier
numbers.
this morning it would be.
Okay, we have budget numbers. All right, so back to my page. Request for final decision on docket number P24-0247.
We put that on there because we were wondering if the commissioners needed to respond to that person. I know Rebecca has been in contact with them. They did send that letter directly to the commissioners.
Okay,
My response was
I'm
essentially.
lost. I don't know what we're talking about.
Sorry, so this docket number is, and Chris might be able to explain it better.
It's a comp plan amendment that they reached out to the commissioners. But there was a reply that I think they thought that each commissioner voted differently.
Right, and my response was I couldn't respond directly to his letter as I advised the county legislature. And so it would not be appropriate for me to respond directly to his assertions. What I did do was I sent him the link to the YouTube video that shows that there was a motion to remand, a second to the motion to remand, a vote where two commissioners, possibly three, I can't remember now.
It was a unanimous vote to remand.
To remand. So that's the video, that's the YouTube video that I sent him the link to. Any further thoughts, Chris?
No, I mean, that's accurate, and I think that's satisfied. Whether a letter needs to be sent or not. I did speak with, one of the representatives from Royal Slope and explained that we're having a planning commission meeting on the 4th next week due to the remand back, and depending on the action taken by the planning commission will dictate whether we can get a public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners prior to December 31st.
I will state, because you guys are making this decision in your legislative capacity, I would be very careful about any kind of communication. So possibly more along the lines of, we just can't comment on this at this time.
The board.
Okay, but you sent in the information. So I think that.
Yeah, I think they're satisfied, but with the conversation that I had on Friday, and again, it was just about the planning commission meeting and the process moving forward. Their main concern is if this not getting addressed by the end of the docket cycle, which is December 31st. And they said we certainly have enough time, depending on the commission's vote next Wednesday.
So they thought that we voted differently than we said we did? And it was unanimous? I don't get it.
The vote to remand was unanimous. That was the one where there was a motion to deny and there was no second. And then there was the motion to remand. And then during the discussion for the motion to remand, there was a motion to approve, which there was no second for that one. And then the final vote was taken to remand it. And the vote to remand was unanimous.
Okay.
And then that goes to them on Wednesday.
Yes.
Thank goodness for
Which
our
I think is
YouTube,
definitely the right way to go.
which this meeting is being recorded.
By the way, it would be nice to have maybe like a little sign, or not a little sign, but like something on the table so people as they're walking in can see that they're being recorded and it's being put on YouTube. So that way if somebody comes in late, they're still aware. I realize that there is a sign outside on the board, but I don't know that it is really obvious enough.
Okay. So maybe we can sign on our door here. And I do forget occasionally. But we will be a YouTube sensation, I'm sure, by the end of the year. Okay, so that one is cleared up then. Thank you, Rebecca, for taking care of that. David Dormeyer, purchase of museum property.
I think we really just need to talk to the museum and just,
They will be here too.
they have a lease and we'll have to change a lease if we want to do that, and we gotta go through quite a process. So I think that's a discussion that needs to come up maybe right after the first of the year or something, if we can't get him in here in December.
And Commissioner District updates. Save the best for last.
Okay. Well, I attended all my meetings at the County Leadership Conference in Vancouver. The general meeting, Rob was there, the bylaw change passed unanimously. That was basically just a bylaw change to allow, if there was a special meeting announced for a bylaw amendment, that there could be slight changes to that actual amendment during that meeting to approve. Otherwise, any amendment to an amendment would have been 2 weeks. So they wanted to be able to come in and stay focused on what the amendment was about and be able to tweak it slightly while they're there, but not address any other subjects. And that's written into that amendment, and that passed unanimously. Don't want to go through what we went through down in Ellensburg or Yakima earlier this year again. There were some good seminars down there. Tom and Rob, let Rob address disappointment there on one. It was interesting to go to the seminar on the future of green energy, and very little conversation about really the future. Instead, we were talking about current energy, and I was like, I thought we were going to hear about some good stuff here, like hydrogen and modular nuclear and things that are really going to be consistent and efficient, but didn't hear much about that. I went to the LSC, Legislative Steering Committee meeting, and to the Columbia River Caucus. Both were very informative. The Columbia River Caucus, we had a presentation on the Klamath Basin, where they have actually taking dams out of the Klamath River. And that was very interesting, but a lot of important questions still left. When I broached the question of what has it done to the ag community in there, it was obviously they were saying, oh, well, it's really affected them. It's a problem. So, and also I would say that Kevin Burgess came down to the conference, and I hope that he was able to kind of get, plugged in a little bit and kind of get a knowledge of how that organization works. And finally, we came back and then went to Moses Lake on Friday for the open house of the Veterans Services office, and well done and looks really nice, and I'll let Rob say anything more he wants to on that. That's all.
Mr. Two?
Well, pretty much I spent last week with Danny, and then when I thought I finally got rid of him, he showed up at the veterans office. And yeah, that does look nice with a bunch of people in there. It was pretty small. As far as local updates, Southern community events, not much going on. A big complaint that I'm dealing with right now is basically the sand dunes is becoming the homeless camp. So Moses Lake cleaned up some of Pamp's ground behind the movie theater. And with that, people are relocating basically to the sand dunes. So Pamp also owns ground in the sand dunes, as well as a couple other people. And they are beginning to post no trespass signs for the 30-day required. And then they will be removing them from their properties. So what that's going to end up doing is basically putting all of these homeless on the county ran portion unless we do something to change that. So I would recommend that we try to do something to change that, or else the sand dunes are just going to be more broke down RVs and tents and cars.
I wasn't able to pull up every picture, Rob, but it looked, one of them looked very bad as far as garbage blowing away from this person's, campsite, and just like the waves of a rock hitting a puddle. It's like the garbage was just flowing out from there.
Yeah, so the sheriff's office handles the garbage cans there. Oh, is there anything that we should do? It needs emptied now based on photos I got, but should we remove it for the winter? Or should it stay, but it still needs emptied? Like right now it's overflow.
I would probably encourage them to stay. The people that want to clean up after themselves still have that opportunity to do so. I will check with Chief Sainsbury. I'm not sure what the timeline is. They're probably filling up faster than historically they normally do. So the visit to get them dumped and removed should be updated.
Yeah, and every time I've reached out, he's had it emptied within a couple days. So
Yeah.
I just hadn't done that yet because I just got the pictures a couple days ago. But yeah, if we could do that, and then we need to decide if we're going to put something in place that doesn't allow them to be there or not. We talked about it last year at this time with Kevin.
Rebecca, maybe we have a lot of issues tomorrow to deal with in your meeting, or can we talk about this tomorrow?
If we can add it. Currently, I think I have one, possibly two things.
Just, it's county property, right? If people figure out what part is Pamp's and what part is county, obviously they're gonna come onto ours, and then the whole sand dunes could really be affected, and I understand your concern, Rob. Whatever we do, we have to do it correct.
Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda, on Kevin and Rebecca's agenda tomorrow. Rob, anything else on your update?
No, I don't remember. We talked about some of the other stuff during Barb's, so I think I'm good.
Okay, so don't forget, everybody here or who's listening, open enrollment, it will be over soon this week, so tomorrow. If you don't enroll, you may lose your insurance for 2025, so don't assume it's just gonna roll over. So go to open enrollment, take care of that. Just a discussion I wanted to have about our seating arrangements. We had a public hearing and there was an individual who had what could be a weapon because he really didn't need a hammer in this room when he came to see us.
Did you see it?
I did not.
Did you see it, Rob?
No.
I didn't either. I was just like,
We were up here too. We weren't looking at
Yeah.
it sideways. Just have a discussion with the board. Should we start sitting up here? And those like Caitlin that are coming to visit with us, if there's an audience, if there's people in the room. I really hate to put our employees with the backs to the public in case they were to be approached. The backs would kind of be to us, but I just think if you're more reactionary, if you can see somebody coming after you, I think it's something we can't just, I think we should address it and be proactive instead of just waiting for something to seriously happen. And
I don't disagree with you, but I think that in that situation that there's not really like a simple fix. So a person's standing at this corner of the table with a hammer, it's, if you change the person to here, it's kind of the same situation.
well, at least you can see.
But if someone else recognizes an object that can be used to hurt someone, how do we know that? It was recognized, the object was there, but we didn't know, and it turns out a lot of people in the audience didn't know. So how do we get that information? Do we pause the hearing and address it, which could obviously escalate a situation quickly? Or just assuming like, we'll move 2 people here and then everyone else will stay the same, I don't think is gonna be a fix. We have to be able to we have to get that information somehow, whether it's sir, why do you have a mallet? Why do you have a machete? We prefer you don't have your pistol here? I don't know. But we have to do something different. Rebecca, that's going to create other issues though.
I believe in this area, it's not a courtroom and there's no posting for as far as no handguns or anything like that, if I'm correct. I don't believe I've seen anything.
Yeah, no weapons are allowed in here. I mean, weapons are. You're correct, weapons are allowed here.
So I need to think about that one because
Can I just state that I think it was earlier this year or last year, the state legislature changed the laws that there were no guns and weapons allowed in commissioners' hearing rooms, but the board voted to not put signage up. Or else we could have signage up.
I can certainly take a look at that signage.
I've never heard of that one, Barb.
I brought it up at one of my updates a year or so ago.
Barb, do you happen to have that statute? Do you
Yes,
have
I can find it and forward it to you. You betcha.
But what signifies a weapon? I mean, is it really illegal to bring a hammer into the hearing room?
No, but I mean.
It's obviously, we understand there's a problem, but is it really illegal to bring a
There's probably
hammer
some sort of definition. If they have a statute on it, can't ever guarantee it, but there's likely some sort of definition of a firearm or weapon. I'm just gonna have to look at the statute. I couldn't provide that information yet. I'm happy to discuss it maybe next week. If you guys wanna give me some time to take a look at that.
I think it's an ongoing discussion. But Rob, I wasn't, stopping the meeting and have everybody move around, but I just think
know what you're saying.
when here on out addressing.
Yeah, changing the layout.
And then just,
Yeah,
yes, Chris, you were here.
Yeah, well, I didn't notice any weapon, but, after the fact was an aha moment. In any event, we had 5 planning commission meetings this year, and a few of them were, standing room only. And the layout isn't good. I mean, we had 50, 60 people in the audience and our backs to them because we have to address the planning commission who sits up on the dais. And if we're thinking of just when we have a planning commission meeting to spin the table so it's perpendicular to the board's table, so we can see who's coming in and see the audience, because the entire audience is at our back. And when they start getting a little amped up.
You have no idea what's going on behind you.
Exactly. But I think there's room, and Tom might be able to say, and I don't know if that cord right there needs to be moved, but if we run this perpendicular, it would solve a lot of the problems. Because if somebody's got a hammer and, you know, and I'm sitting behind the desk and they pull the hammer out like this, then I can take care of that quick enough. Jim
So
and I can-
nobody would be sitting on, their backs wouldn't be to the audience
Right.
at all?
No.
No one would sit on
No,
that
that way
side
we,
of the table?
that way they could, you know, we could still see this screen, the audience could see that screen, we can address the planning commission at our left and the audience at our right and see everything from a 270-degree perspective. The only thing that would be back to us is that wall. I think that would be the ideal setup for when we have these public hearings.
Might as well have it that way all the time then.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
you know, like, my opinion was, those individuals that created that issue in that scenario weren't even here for the hearing.
Right.
They were here for a public comment and a commissioner meeting. So that means that today and possibly tomorrow, we have the same exact issue with the same exact person.
Yeah, I heard he's a regular for your
So
Tuesday meeting.
maybe we just change the table all the time.
All three of us get together, we can pick it up and pivot. Okay, no, it's just food for thought. I just feel like we need to address this because we seem to be running into just a few more every year. We get a little more.
It would certainly give us a lot more space for customers too. Because when we do, I mean, there's a lot of floor area here that's taken up, right? So we had them standing all the way back in this corner. It was difficult. We had every chair and then probably another 20 people standing up. Where if we were perpendicular, you know, almost to where that portable table is sitting, all of this space could have been, you know, and that's the way we'll arrange it is as long as the exit's not.
Well, the only
Yeah,
reason
that
the table's
exit
here
also.
Right.
for our elected official department and luncheons, so that could easily be removed.
Is there a reason if you're expecting a large audience that we can't hold it somewhere else?
No, but there's no way of telling till the night of.
Because we have a mobile FTR.
Yeah, some, you know, some we anticipate a lot and we get 2 and sometimes we anticipate none and get 50.
Because you could do it at Public Works.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit bigger. Just something to think about.
It has an outside access where you wouldn't need to access the building, the office space.
Or that large room over there upstairs.
Yeah, or yeah.
Yeah, I think 95% of the time this is gonna be fine. It just happened to be, you know, the remand cases, right? So there was fully audience both in opposition and in favor, so.
Well, and I'm wondering, we need to talk about moving our clerk's office, or our clerk's desk over here possibly. If somebody barges through the door, I don't know. Safety first. NACO leadership, it sounds like there's quite a group that is interested in starting the NACO training in January, so if you have any questions on the leadership training, I'm ready for anything like that, so seems to be the cheerleader for that one and our group leader. So contact Tom if you have any questions on that. And that's all I have.
I was wondering, Cindy, the results of the health board meeting Wednesday night. Did you want to share any of that? Or
The
you?
health board, we had a special meeting for contracting with our healthcare provider, which would be Dr. Bresney, and had an hour plus meeting. It was a good hour meeting, and so there were some recommendations to go to the team. There are a few people on the team to work with the doctor and the healthcare officer and kind of come up with an arrangement, and then bring it back to the board.
Oh, so no final decision on
No final decision.
that? Okay,
That means we've had 4 hours of meetings this month.
with no result.
Sounds riveting.
So, and we're supposed to have 90-minute meetings, but we called a special meeting after 3 hours on the last one. It was like, we're not getting anywhere, let's just meet again, because of race. It was painfully long. That's about it. Little icy, it was icy and royal yesterday morning. So, it's that time of the year. Happy Thanksgiving. this week, and I think unless somebody has something.
I just have one more,
Yes.
because I didn't do this last couple, because I was gone, and then
Who's our long-term employees?
John Nodell, 34 years. Obviously, he's leaving now, but then we have Carrie Tabor at District 2 shop at 28 years. Carlos Hernandez, District 2, I believe, 27 years. Joan Seavercrop is at 27 years. Leslie Overman is at 27 years. Janet Millard is at 23 years. Jerry Jasmine is at 14. Willow Conley is at 13. Jake Fisher is at 13. And then Chris Adame and Jeff Schwindold are at 12. So that's all of our, in the last 2 weeks, basically all of our plus 10 employees. So thank you to all of them for spending a long time here at Grant County.
Everybody have a glorious, safe Thanksgiving holiday. And remember, to make memories, not necessarily having fun. With that, it is 1:41, we are in recess until 2 o'clock.
See you, Bo. Good to see you.
But I need to,
Good afternoon, it is 2:00. We are here with Public Works for their weekly update. Welcome. Danny, you have a.
it came up last week because I missed a Quadco meeting. And we hadn't appointed the new replacements here, so I show you what we had. The very last time we updated Quadco was I was the Quadco member and Sam was the alternate, and then Dave is the member of the planning group, the Transportation Policy Board. And so I wanted to show you what we sent to Quadco last time, you guys, because we need to put Andy probably for now on Quadco so that if I'm not gonna be there, which I'm never gonna be in another meeting, right? We're gonna have to do another,
Well, I would love to be on Quadco because I actually miss the state updates. Do you know what's going on in the state?
well, you know, then maybe Cindy should be on here instead of me
But there
coming up.
usually are two. You have to have an alternate.
And then you have to have an alternate, which we've always had the Public Works Director be that.
It should be me.
Should be you.
Yes, absolutely. I couldn't make it this last week because I was on vacation last week.
Really?
Yes.
You'd rather go on vacation than go to a Quadco meeting?
Well, that's where they had a
That's
Quadco
unbelievable.
during Wasac week. Didn't you?
So I felt really bad.
Wasac have, usually when Wasac meets, they also have, the county engineers get together. They have something there too, a conference. Did they not have that conference this year?
At the county engineers.
Yeah. So that's weird.
You're on
that they would have
vacation.
a Wasac meeting last week.
And Wasac, Sam gave me the information because he signed up, but I had a vacation plan last week as well, so.
We gotta take our time off sometime.
Oh, no, I think you're fine.
And it's all worse during the middle of the summer.
Grant
There's so
County,
much going
hey,
on.
there are some counties that they don't even show up, their commissioners nor their engineers. Some commissioners never show up to Quadco.
Oh, town after town never shows up. You know, and this is where they can get allocated some fundings for a street project, a sidewalk project, you know, digging up the sewer out of the street project, you know, whatever it is. And Cindy, are you really wanting to put your name
I
in
actually do like Quadco.
to serve?
Yeah.
And have me as the alternate?
And then you,
Well, yeah, but we'll have to submit that because we have to vote on that, don't we, with our.
Thanks.
So it'd be,
we don't have to put this replacement part in here, we just cross that out, but we do need to put in
well, it's Rob's done.
an interim public works. And Andy Booth. And we need to put, wouldn't this next one be John? And I'm gonna need to, and this would be Cindy, top.
For some reason, I still get the emails.
So we will fix this, we'll get this sent into Quadco. Rob, are you okay with all this?
Yeah.
What about the Transportation Policy Board? Dave, I don't know what that entails.
Keeping me as the member and then having Andy as alternate. For that, one of the primary duties is voting and scoring. So that's what I've been doing. Just vote on the scoring on these projects like you were saying.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna change this to county road engineer. All right, we'll have, Barb, I'm gonna bring this up to you as corrected and we'll just have you email the changes to Quadco for 2025. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. That takes care of my business here. I just wanted to get that straightened up before I, just drive my Maverick off into the sunset.
Saving souls, Danny, saving souls.
Actually, if you're watching me drive up, I've been driving 97 Olds for the last 3 months.
What happened to your pickup?
I parked it. It's got 100,000 miles on it. And I got this one sitting in the yard going, why am I not driving this and just putting miles on it? So I do. I haven't even pulled it out of the shop, out of the garage for 3 weeks.
Now you have to
Trying to
bring
make
the
sure
last
batteries-
days of the sunset in the Maverick.
There you go, you're saving it for the
I
retirement.
have to take it with me this weekend because I bought some tires for it off of Facebook Marketplace.
I hope they're good tires.
Oh my goodness. They come at 12 30-seconds. These are 11 30-seconds. $400 for all four. I'll take them. I'll take them.
They're probably stolen.
All right, Dave, you're up for the crushing and stockpiling.
Then add a couple items to the discussion, just
okay.
because I wasn't here last week. So the ER&R policy that I gave my signed copy to Caitlin, that's for next week. We're really proud of that. The draft has been available on the website for several weeks now. But we have not had an ER&R policy up until now. And this is a guidance document that takes us forward. And we've gone through it a few times. Even this morning, we found a couple errors in there, just blatant errors. But it's already been updated on the website, by the way. If okay to share.
Oh yeah, you plugged in?
Absolutely.
Oh, and just FYI, they brought us pictures.
These are fantastic.
Danny,
Very good.
Rob, they brought
See
us
'em?
pictures. Merry Christmas.
You recognize that one? You drive it. I do about once a week myself.
Are we projecting into the future here?
No, that just happened, but we are going,
This
that
is
will
in your
be
neck of the woods.
HMA at some point, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna have a head on with that red pickup. When was this picture taken?
This summer.
Awesome.
September.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is like magazine page
They're awesome.
worthy.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially the grader, it's really clear. This one's just slightly blurry and not.
The farther away, the better the pixelation is.
It's like a Mona Lisa.
Yes, it blends
You wanna get them farther away, they look better.
Okay.
Get up close, and they start getting a little blurry.
When I'm looking at it like this, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, they're great.
The draft ER&R policy. And a lot of the topics that we had talked about are on there, but it should be pretty straightforward. Keep in mind, we can update that moving forward each year, but this is a massive update to what we had. We really didn't have any policy in place.
When are you gonna bring this forward?
Next Tuesday. So next
Put
week.
it into us this week.
On 12/3.
You need to do it tomorrow.
Are you?
They're not accepting
Well,
any
you bring it
any
to our
consent
meeting.
items
Correct, can do.
after tomorrow.
I will have it out by then. It's all ready to go.
Okay.
So
Until tomorrow, when John looks at it again.
it is very comprehensive and it's looking at the other counties and what they're doing, but also tailoring it for what we do in our processes. It will provide a guiding document to staff moving forward, and we're very proud of it. And it really provides the fund was created in 74 and it was 2 pages for the description. Very little has been done since. This provides that policy that was needed. 11 pages, but good stuff. So there you go. It is up on the website already. Okay. In addition, the following week, 2 weeks from now, there's a hearing scheduled for engineering. Oh my goodness, I almost got it there. It works. Underneath engineering, private development, for updating our fees. So annually, we update our fees. So you can see this last year, 2024, that's the current fee schedule, and this is the proposed fee schedule. It is also an update that we should talk
Do
about.
we have to have a hearing on fee updates?
The fee updates, yes, because that
Okay.
affects the public, so we need
Okay.
to have a hearing. The ER&R is completely internal. So it's basically how Public Works governs itself. This interfaces with the public. There's been a big change in the service fees. Specifically, we've gone fully online now. This integrates with building services and planning fully. There are now different areas. Before we kind of put it all together in one area, but now we have permits, which are those things like an approach permit is a perfect example of that. A permit is something that can be administratively underneath my authority granted, whereas a petition cannot. Board has to conduct a petition. Obviously I support the process all the way through and give a recommendation, but ultimately the board has the authority to do that. There's only a couple areas where it's paid. That's for franchising and for vacation when you're vacating a road area, but there is other types of petitions which are on our website nicely listed. And then there's another area called building permits. So anytime that we support the building department, this is an area that had been missing in the past. This is stormwater and grading permits, which has been in our code for decades, but we weren't reviewing it. And it was not a good thing up until recently. So in the last 2 years, since I've gotten here, 3 years, we've been reviewing that. So there are permits, administrative, there are board things, which are petitions, and then there is building permits, which is when Public Works Engineering works with building services. And then there is land development. This is plats, so both subdivisions, and planned unit developments. Now, we lumped it all together in the past, but it is a distinct different area because there's a difference between survey maps and then the engineering of a plat. Now that's been broken out, and what's happened in the past is that the public has just absorbed the cost of the review on this, and now what we're doing is charging fees for it, just like the other companies do, charging fees so that the developer pays the fees for the development being reviewed and inspected, and these are the things that we have to go through: stormwater, grading, road plans, traffic studies, construction inspection. Up until now, the public has paid for that. It's just come out of just general engineering, and it really should be borne by the developer, not by those citizens of people.
Question, what was the one right before this?
So this is for building services.
You said that this has been in code.
Yes,
for a long time. That's never put into a policy and never been reviewed. You basically said it's never been reviewed.
And the reason why is because building services didn't have an engineer on staff. So building services couldn't review it. So
are these numbers in code? Or do we have to change the code to match your fees now?
So
if we adopt this, we have to go in and change code?
Excellent question. In the code, it does not speak of the cost. In the code, it specifically says the county engineer is responsible for both storm review and for grading review. It doesn't say what the costs are associated with that. So these
doesn't allow for charging in the code. Or it doesn't deny it.
It's silent on it, basically.
Silent. Okay. I just wanted to see what domino was gonna happen here that we have to do to prove this.
We shouldn't have to update the code because the code says that we were supposed to do it already. We just haven't. And then when we started doing it over the last 2 years, we just absorbed the cost in the engineering department, which is really the citizens are absorbing the cost, which It really should be the developers that pay for their project.
I get it.
And that's normal at all the agencies that I've worked with in the past. It was,
You go back.
yes.
So
And this
when-
is on our website, by the
Okay,
way.
so when will we be holding the hearing to update the schedule, the fee schedule
So it's on the 10th.
of December?
Yeah, 10th of December.
What's the CY yards?
Cubic yards, correct. And that's big, big yardage. So anything less than 500 yards, we're not even gonna look at. So that means it needs to, a SEPA is required for anything that's 500 yards or more. And building services really starts getting involved when you start talking about 500 yards and higher. So that's when building services would hand it off to us and say, hey, we don't have an engineer on staff. We need you to do the review. So this is actually not me, it's actually our staff, my staff that's doing it. But 500 yards is a lot, almost.
How much a
all.
cubic yard weigh?
Depends on the material. But sand, dry, 2,700 pounds. Wet could be up to 4,000 basically. And wet,
Let's say 3,000 pounds times 500. That's a lot of
That's a
dirt.
lot of dirt, yeah. So, but 500 yards will easily provide for almost all residential structures. So this is really big stuff, unless you're getting like a huge mansion of a house and you're doing something big. So 500 yards should not affect the residential construction unless they're doing something abnormal. And then they should be looked at. Like if you're digging a huge pond or something. And we even made the fairgrounds do a permit this last year. So we're fair, we do it to the public side just as well as the
Where
private
did the
side.
fairgrounds?
Theirs was big, because it's removal of the track.
Oh, yep.
And they're not done.
They're not done yet, exactly.
Is their permit gonna be good for a couple of years so they don't have to come back and get another one for next year's removal?
Technically, they have to extend every 180 days, but you can keep it open, that is true. But they did pay for it as well. So we did it to ourselves as well, and that's because it's a lot of the yardage. You cannot avoid that. They had to do a SEPA as well.
Are you guys, by the way, I don't know if you'll be in charge of this, are you guys gonna do some more training on that project next year?
We plan to, yeah. Hopefully later in the winter or early spring. Tom Gaines has talked to us about it a little bit. We haven't really discussed a lot, but I think they'd like us to, so.
Oh, I know they would. Oh, yeah. Just wondered if it would still work for you guys.
Our main concern right now is starting Monday, getting going on Drumheller. And then we'll see how the winter plays out and how soon we can get on doing that as well. And I've talked to District 2, Mike DeTrolio, about it as well.
Could be a little soft out there on Drumheller right now.
It's actually, you've got moisture, and as long as it doesn't freeze hard. Even if it just melts during the middle of the day, you can still work on it.
Yeah, the coming temperatures will be fine because we'll break through the crust and then we'll get to the dry stuff, the day will warm up and they'll get the work done, and it's all just being roughed in anyway, so.
Good.
It'll be good.
We were working into December last year.
Yeah.
North side. So this gives you an idea. This is basically laying it all out and getting a good policy in place. All right. So then that's on the 10th, the hearing on the 10th. Next week is the ER&R policy, which is brand new. Then I've already asked the question about the reimbursement. So we need to work with Mandy to get that transferred. And, okay.
Talking about this year's REIT?
Yes,
Well,
so
we
the
try to remember to
LTAC was
ask.
transferred, but not the REIT, and it's substantial. It's,
Is that for this Drumheller project, right?
no, it's for silica still. There's about silica and then the
1.5.
bridge too. It's about $1.5 million. So it's a substantial amount.
Is that gonna be REIT 1 or REIT 2?
That,
It'll be whatever we budgeted for.
the nice thing
She'll know.
about it being road work is it could be, yes. Which is good.
That's a different spin on the money I saw that was in REIT right now today.
Did they already account for our Oh, okay. Well, I'll go talk to Mandy immediately today. Thank you. That was all I had.
What about notice of hearing for school zones? Did you already hit that one?
So Rebecca asked that we hold this off
Okay.
a bit because she's got so much on her table right now. And the walkway is actually makes me a little bit nervous because I wanted to have that out before it snowed this year. So I'm gonna talk to her and see if we can get that one done before the school zones. But if school zones happen in February of next year, but the walkway, if we could have that happen during this year, that would, before the end of the year, that would be fantastic.
Commissioners, Tom Gaines is raising his hand. He has a question or comment.
Tom?
Yeah, hi. So John, your comment earlier about using Public Works for the track, I've had a couple of conversations already and been told that that was a done deal. It was just kind of scheduling. So
Yeah.
Can I confirm that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I spoke with Mike DeTrolio and they're looking forward to doing it. It's just a matter of what winter brings us and scheduling and we won't be able to probably do it till the beginning of next year.
That's fine. Yeah, the timing is totally up to you guys. I just wanted to make sure that that was gonna be something that we would accomplish, so.
Yeah, we need to work on Drumheller this year before the end of the year because we can't after. And then if winter allows, I'm sure they're gonna be busy out there on the track.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
I do not have anything else. Rob, Danny?
No, you were out last week, you said? So you haven't heard from Marlon at all? About the roads? Have you, John?
No.
Are wanting to put their own road in our right of way?
I know what you're talking about now. Yes, right before I left on Friday, they came in and talked about they wanted to pay for it. So there's this little section where if that gets connected, that would really help the ag in the North County, and they were willing to pay for it. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, left me a couple voicemails, so.
Where's this at?
See.
Talking North County, you're talking my neck of the
Talking
woods.
your neck of the woods.
Yeah. It's not.
Road 18 maybe? U18? U19?
And I do have one other item.
It's not my part of the county.
So that.
But I was requested.
Well, that would be 18 is around the Hoots area.
Yeah, it's around them.
Okay.
But before we move to that one, we still have 7 minutes. So another thing that's come up, first there was a request to vacate, this is just north of Quincy on R. And what's happening is there's this little chunk of county road that continues across the bridge. And this is a disaster. Basically, they were asking for a fence, but we said it was public right of way, so you couldn't put a fence, and there's a public bridge going across it. So there's been problems for years here.
But there's a gate there.
Trash. There was a gate on the north end of the bridge.
Yeah. And that's been taken down.
Yeah.
Because we can't have a gated road like that. We have to close.
So is it a connector so we could?
No.
Not at all. So it really only provides access to a few lots and the substation.
Mm-hmm.
So the PUD is amenable to a jurisdictional transfer where they would take over this portion of road and the bridge, and they would want to have us continue to do inspection through an interlocal.
Well, that would be nice. On this bridge off our inventory.
I thought so too. I thought
And that thing is terrible.
It is.
The bridge is in good shape.
Yes.
It's all the graffiti.
It's unbelievable. They
So
just
will they
dump back
be
here.
requesting a vacation?
Well, that's what they started off. They started off with vacating the road, but then if the
A jurisdictional
transfer is a very different process. And then
PUD is asking for a jurisdiction.
PUD
Who is asking for the vacation?
actually one of their commissioners.
PUDs?
Larry Scoutman.
Oh,
Schlappman, yep.
Schlappman, yeah, something like that.
Scatman, there's no, Scatman. Thank you.
And then
I
that
know
way
there was
the,
an L in there.
the PUD would take over the maintenance and operations of that road and also the bridge, but we would still help because they don't have inspection capacity for the bridge. So we would help with, through an interlocal, continue with that. Then they would provide access and they can control it and shut it down.
And it's absolutely no loss to us. We haven't had access with that gate that was there for 20+ years now. So it's.
So we will initiate the process, or do they?
Yeah, it's their road. Does that mean they can put the gate back up, keep people out of there?
Yep.
Do they own all this property? What property does
They
that
would have
landlock?
All of the property owners want this badly. They were party to the vacation. So there was a vacation that was submitted, but they didn't submit their $1,500. So we started talking to them and said, are you sure you want a vacation? Maybe the PUD would be willing to take it over, because it's a different process, right? Then it wouldn't be taken out of the public, if you will, but the ability to put a gate over it and control it would change. And then everyone that would continue to have legal access beyond. And what they would do is have probably a common key or have the multiple locks method or whatever for their gate.
Would the PUD be able to say, sorry, no more access?
No, because it's still open public road, if you will. But we're not the jurisdiction that is maintaining it anymore.
Well, I think it's a great idea. A win-win.
So Barb, our right-of-way specialist, did already prepare some documentation and has been coordinating with the PUD on it too. So we'll see. It has to come forward to you more formally than that, but I wanted to let you know so you're not blindsided. Because that's what will happen is you'll be talking to someone else and someone will come at you. Do you know about this? So now you do. You're briefed.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, well, it is 2:27, I'm sorry, 2:27. We are in recess until 3:00 and we meet with Michelle Jagerman over the Tyler Tech program management piece. So enjoy the rest of your day and happy Thanksgiving.
store as well.
We gotta set a duck farm out here.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't make it home. We are here.
I feel recipes and I'm like, ooh, I should capture that. And then I have to go through and delete them off of my photos because.
It's no longer here.
I do the same thing, or my pictures, just like thousands of things and I've made
Those are the ones.
I claim he was a target.
Those ones I usually go back to. The ones on my phone, I'm like, uptime, I don't even remember.
With this giant. Size billboard.
Naked?
Okay, Michelle, we've already opened the meeting, have your update, I don't know if you want to present it, if you want to ask questions, how.
Well, Manny kind of gave me a little bit
Okay.
of questions. What
Okay.
is it, what does success look like for you in this ERP implementation? And success would be that all of our modules work throughout the entire Tyler system. But we still have a lot of unknown. Things could pop up that we're not aware of yet. So I guess we're hoping for a full implementation.
Michelle, how many modules are there?
Oh, gosh. Well, I have the list. But I have not counted them. Well, and technically, I mean, it's hard, it's hard to.
They could be separate modules, but some of those
Yeah.
were required in order to do like the payroll, the AP, things like that. I think the only like really separate ones, because we didn't do the receipting, right? We opted to not do that.
I think we did opt
I
out
think we
on that
opted
one.
because
So
people
there's
didn't
like
want it.
little things in between. So we have like the finance management, which has several underneath it.
Several modules under the module?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to make up the
Sub-modules.
The nested is under the module, but there's, because you need to have the finance side set up. And there's just a whole lot to it. Accounts payable, you have payrolls, another, I mean, we had to enter in codes for the payroll on the finance side.
When you say you opted out of one, did that save us some money?
Probably just
We
a little
saved,
bit.
yeah, we actually saved a lot of money, and when we made that contract, Katie, Michelle and I, we built in so many additional hours that
We have not had any, with all the changes and anything that we've done, we have not went over.
and with pushing it to October, there will be no additional cost, because we planned for stuff like this to happen, because you're never
'Cause we knew it
gonna,
would.
yeah, build a new system and not have things come up. I mean, that's just not reality.
What's the other? So I can't tell you, but you could look at this if you would like to. That
Yeah,
has it
that's
all
the
broke down
breakdown.
and how much everything costs. So
Well,
you could,
when I
I can
asked the
share that with
question,
you.
how many modules, and I know you had problems with some modules, I'm going, geez, are we gonna have this many problems with every
I think we've
module?
only
had a problem with one module, and that's the recruiting.
Wow. It looks like to me that this is really the main modules right here. These two
Yeah,
pages.
it's
Yes.
Yeah.
To just make the entire,
Because then we also have Eames,
which Eames will be starting next
and
year.
we have no idea what to expect when that one hits.
That's gonna be a
Because that's
whole new,
a public
yeah.
works. That's their
Replacing
world.
wind cams.
Oh, there's the,
Assuming
I kinda
Public Works
highlighted-
is
I
aware of
think I-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yes. We made sure to have them say they wanted it before, just like the recruiting. We didn't add those things on. We asked if they wanted them before they were added on. So, yes, they are
That's what we
aware.
reached out to all the departments before we, even did our contract to see what modules.
That's why we didn't go with the
would
receipting,
want.
because a lot of people were already using like companies
They
for
already
their
had
credit
something
card
outside.
machines and stuff, and
On
it wasn't
receiving?
worth it.
Receipting, yeah.
Yeah, receiving.
Receipt, like a
Receipt,
receipt for your purchase.
who are the key stakeholders. I'm currently the executive sponsor. Mandy is the finance sponsor, and Felicity is our intern payroll person.
Is this Felicity?
Yeah, Felicity,
nice to Sorry, I meet never you. knew.
No, it's okay. I mean, Rachel was, but for
Yeah, I
payroll,
was the
but
HRM
she's leaving us,
sponsor.
so, she
So
now.
this is the person
So
that's
we're
gonna
putting-
get
yeah,
to sit in your
she's-
chair now, huh?
Yeah.
Well, except for they split out the HRM now between two sponsors, so it's
Yes.
Decorah and then
And we do
payroll.
not know who the HR sponsor is yet. I don't know if anybody has said or reported that, because I asked Holly and she said she did not know as of today, so.
Decorah's been out, so
Yeah,
she'll be the one.
She said she was on vacation,
Yeah.
so.
So more than likely Decorah will be the HR sponsor? Or we don't know?
We don't know.
No idea, we
have
didn't
no
hear
idea.
back before she left on vacation.
When I think
So what's
about
the-
stakeholders, I think really what I was asking was how many different departments and different people are gonna be affected and have to use and be aware
Well, all
of
the departments are
everything.
gonna have to enter their payroll, their time and attendance on it. Employees are gonna be responsible to enter their time and attendance. It's gonna
bunch
impact
of-
everybody. That's kind of why we brought everybody into it before we even started all of this. And asked individual departments and stuff. I mean, we went through this all very thoroughly.
I know
before.
there were some issues with the payroll. Is that an
There are
daily?
no issues
There
with
are
No, sorry. No issues on your end, but with the employee aspect entering in hours. Because it's just new that hours will
It's
be
new
entered
and
in.
people don't
People
like
don't want
change.
to.
But
Yeah.
we did address it, so I don't wanna say there's
Yes,
issues or.
right.
So we just need to make sure that everybody has an email address, access to a cell phone, so they can enter in their own
Yes.
hours. Is it daily or is it weekly?
Daily. Exempt employees will only enter in their exceptions, so like if they take annual leave or sick leave, then they'll enter it in. Electeds won't touch anything ever, obviously, it'll just pay you. Yeah, so it'll just be the non-exempt, the hourly, and then we're also gonna be putting the volunteers who are not paid, they'll be using the timekeeping system to track their hours so that when it comes time to charge L&I those hours, they'll already be in there. They won't receive a paycheck, but it'll have an accurate count of hours.
Well, which will help when we have to do the quarterlies for it. Instead of having to reach out, 15 days before it's due and asking everybody to what their volunteer hours are and then having to stick it in an abstract. It'll
Right,
just show up
it'll
on
just
the
show up.
report.
Yeah, I think my next question is probably pretty confusing because I don't even make sense of it, but I think what I said was, how do you get everybody involved as each module that affects them comes into thing? How we got a plan on
I think
that?
that we've tried to do that, but I think it's kind of hard until you get it set up and know how it works and operates and we've tested it. We really can't bring in too many people.
This has been the
and tell us
biggest,
how to set it up.
this has been the biggest, the biggest that I keep hearing is, well, how come I'm not involved? Well, because right now we're just building the basics. That's it. People will be involved once their time is here. Right now, we're literally just mirroring what was in GP to what will be in Tyler. We're just moving over pay codes, we're moving in, so we're not bringing in other people until those basics are set and we can run a successful payroll or finance. Then other people will be brought in and trained. But we don't need 18 people in there trying to say, we need this, we need this, we need this. We need the one person or two people who do it to get that information just transferred over. So we're not even to those parts yet.
But when you get there,
Then when
Then
we
you
get there, then
do
we'll
it
have
over
what's called
time.
end user training and every
Yeah.
single employee in the county will be trained in their areas of it. And that's already
Yeah, but we just
scheduled on the
haven't got
books,
there
yeah.
yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
And we don't exactly know what it's gonna look like because we haven't got there yet.
And we've brought in key players for certain things, so like, Public Works has been in on quite a few payroll because theirs is just a whole different duck, cause they do, like an import and an export out of payroll, so they've attended many payroll training sessions. I know that they've invited Tom to quite a few for the AP portion for the, is it bidding?
Well, yeah,
The
and
only,
that's
the only issue I've had, and I'm not pointing fingers, but the only, at all, the only issue I've had is every time I've gotten an invite, it's been the day of or the day before. And when you called me before, I mean, I saw it was you calling. I'm not gonna not answer the phone when an elected calls me, but I was in the middle of a meeting and I had to mute. And it was like, and you were asking me about the bids and contracts, so. Just
Well, and
not,
that's
and
the
I don't know if that's Holly, I don't know, like I said, I'm not pointing any fingers, but it's been frustrating, cause I do wanna be a part of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and they should be sending them out. I mean, we usually get them out like a month or two in
Because we give them the
advance.
names that we
Yeah.
want included. And I may or may not notice that it didn't get sent to somebody that it should have been sent to, but.
So I know that you
Tyler-
worked, I know that you worked on some of that, and I was just,
Yeah.
that's why I was here
And you
today,
do
I was
know we
just
have,
curious
one
to see
coming
how
up
that
is
went.
we're gonna be
frustrating. That is-
involved, that we hope you're involved with. Did he get an invite on that one? I can't even remember on when.
I did
when
get some, but they
John
were,
comes. Cause I
They
think
were-
they were waiting, they wanted John to be here to help
yeah,
with that, but
and
Tyler
Holly,
does so much more than what GP does, like
she sent some placeholders, but they're
contracts
for
and bids and
later
stuff.
on.
We don't have a
And
software
there
that
was
does
one
that for
that
us.
we wanted
We
you
don't
to be
even
in,
know
but you
really
were not
the
available,
process.
were not
I mean, we
available
know
that
the process,
day. And, the
Not,
original schedule we
like
had
what
with John
John
got
does.
changed because he had jury duty.
so, you know, that's why we've been reaching out to people to ask them to help us
So-
set up stuff.
What is your name again?
Felicity?
So Felicia, I don't see trauma in your eyes. You haven't dealt with all these people like Rachel has for
Yes.
years.
Oh, like my rule?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a
Well,
big
yeah,
deal
she
to have to
kinda
take
has, though.
on
She's
this.
been doing it for
The
2
last
years.
2 years,
Yeah, she's been here for 2 years, doing on the backside, so
She's been doing the
has.
payroll and we've included her in as many, Tyler, as we could, but
Yeah.
unfortunately it's not a lot. But she knows how to set up employees in the new system as well, so
But she'll be like tasked now with training them to use
Yes.
this. So that was the trauma part I thought, you know, you might have.
Oh, that'll come.
Well,
You'll
we're
see
waiting
it.
to be traumatized when it gets there. No need to worry about it at this moment, 'cause we're not there yet.
Yeah.
So I just want to follow up. So Michelle, what, as far as Tom's invites, those go to Tyler. Tyler's provided a list of people that need to be.
Well, we provide them to Holly, and Holly usually sends out the invite.
Okay,
So,
I just want to make sure, figure out where I don't know if there's a disconnect or it's following up.
Well, I mean, we'll find out eventually, so,
did you get the invite for the?
I got some placeholders for later on, but the reason I came today was just to ask for an update on when you called that day and where you were talking about how do you name your contracts. I was just wondering what happened and how that went.
Well, we weren't that's one of the things that we want John to help us maybe set up, but we really didn't know how to set anything up, given the instruction that they gave us. Because we don't know how you do it. So
Well,
that's
and I
why we wanted to see.
Yeah, and we do it, we've got our method because of the different umbrellas under central services, but I'm sure it's not the same as the way Public Works does it. They're
Exactly. So I
completely
think-
different too, so.
I think that, we can't set everything up from the beginning. I think it's going to be changed as we go along and things are gonna be added.
Yeah,
It's like,
I was just hoping, that was
Grants
kind of my
and
hope that whatever was happening wasn't
It's-
being like set in concrete.
it's not.
So.
It's not,
Well,
definitely
like
not.
payroll, for instance,
Yeah.
like the job class master, it started out with one IC like this way, and then another IC was like, oh, but what about this way? And oh, what about this way? So it's been rebuilt like 3 times. Which, does it suck? Maybe,
If you get to the right,
to like break it down a little bit more, but it's not like it's had to reinvent the wheel, it's just had to be kind of broken out a little bit more. And it does make you cringe a little bit every time somebody's like, oh no, you need it this way. But at the same time, my outlook on it is I'm thankful for that, because I don't want to end up with another GP. I mean, I'm leaving, but I don't want them to end up with another half-built system
You're
that.
gonna end up with GP. Over there.
They don't, not for payroll.
Oh, they don't? Oh.
But so I just, GP works half. A lot of it is manual. So even if stuff needs to be rebuilt 10 more times before it goes live, ultimately it will be worth it in the long run to have a system that fully works and it encompasses everything that we need it to. And one thing we found out through this process is other counties have special districts as well, but nobody has like we
Many
have.
as we do.
So that's been kind of eye-opening, that we pay way more special districts than any other counties around here. So, yeah.
Yeah, Lord Grammer always said, our former assessor, that we have more taxing districts than anybody else in the state because of the overlap, which A lot of overlap creates
Yeah.
additional.
Yeah, but because I've been telling them from the beginning, like, some payrolls, we pay 19, we run 19 individual payrolls every 2 weeks. And then we're like a year into it, and she's like, you can't have that many EINs, and I'm like, oh, yeah, oh, we better be able to, 'cause.
They said we could.
Yeah, and so that got figured out, and yes, we can, but that's just one thing that was really eye-opening is most people don't pay like we do, so many different counties. And then we're having to combine those two into one payroll system. Right now, we have them separate, two separate companies within GP, so it's been a lot different as well, but.
And like I said,
It's
Tyler
looking
does
really
so
good.
much more
Yeah,
that we don't even use, so we don't know. We have to really think about how would we want it set up, because we don't even really know how it's used until you're using it, I guess, to see, what it can do for us. So I think that's one of the challenges that's.
I think payroll and HR though is looking really, really good.
Finance
Is it working? Okay, because this is my next question.
It's working
So
good.
it's like payroll is just right up here doing great. And the HR aspect of it is not going.
It's
I
that
think
recruitment.
not that HR is, it's just recruiting.
It's just recruiting, but I think everything else, because having an employee in the system is really HR related, because that's how it gets in there. HR puts the employee in there. So, that part of it is working. Benefits.
Which I think isn't recruiting down to just printing, like that's it, like everything else is working, it's just the printing part that's.
Oh, opposite. All we're doing is collecting information, and sometimes there's no application to print. We're getting resumes and cover letters consistently, but not an application.
Rachel, where you and I have been working today on data and the or the salary job master, that can then open up the ability to get department heads in there. So we've only been able to be exposed to part of it, just because we've been perfecting data.
Right, which I just found out, I didn't know that that was an issue, because I told Gina on one of the meetings, had I known that was an issue, I could have hand enter all the managers in a long time ago, but I think that the issue is not really that, it's, the bigger issue is no applications.
It's compounded issues. And we had a session, you guys had a session with Nicole that day, we had a session with LaDonna, and we had faux people in the system, which Nicole was freaking out about. And that's when that conversation happened, and LaDonna then went into your session, payroll session, to say recruitment can't move forward because all of these things are missing, and it was just a really long, stressful, strenuous day that at that point Decor made the decision, okay, we're not gonna integrate hiring managers, we're just gonna collect information, and that's kind of where we've been at since then. Which is why I felt it was important that we have that, we're able to bridge that gap, because we've been there's a workaround in the meantime, and we don't want to put pressure on you guys to do stuff quickly, because that was one of the things we identified.
Right, but if it's gonna help you, I mean, that's kind of important.
We want to do it right, we need to take our time, which Decorah acknowledged, which is why we're doing what we're doing now. So if we can all get there, that would be amazing, and it might prevent.
So by
HR from looking elsewhere.
tomorrow, we should have all of that in. Everybody will have all their pay codes, all their deductions for every single employee should be in there by tomorrow, because Kirk just finished the job class master. That was like the one piece, he did all that by hand, all of the additionals. So we should have all that, like direct deposits, everything in tomorrow. So hopefully that will make that part better, but.
Yeah, and we'll.
Printing the applications, I'm no help on that.
Yeah, and they don't have a fix for it yet. Isn't it a program
December
issue?
13th.
I mean, Tyler has to do an upgrade to their.
Yeah, and our challenge, and I appreciate all the help we've all put in so much work into it, and I appreciate all of that. The challenge is we've gone live for 2 months now, and now because we're gonna add people, we gotta test, and we gotta make sure it works for everybody, and then we gotta do some training. Recruitment's behind the 8 ball. We've been for the longest time, so at this point, do we cut our losses? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I mean, it's like that, and we went through that with the finance side. We had Daniel that guided us in implementing our FARS accounts. He wasn't very knowledgeable of the whole, how everything played out, because we kept asking, how do we know this is gonna work for us? And he's like, well, when we test. He was also the one that put it in prod when it shouldn't have been put in prod. It should have been put in test. He had them all messed up. And he had it in everything and it didn't work. So then we had to like I reached out to another county that's a cash entity county and asked them how they had theirs set up. They were much more helpful than Daniel was. And so then that's when we started making the change for the finance side. And then we have gotten a new people to work
Nicole
with.
is helping you? Is Nicole your person?
No. It's been John and what's the one, Denise?
She's our new project manager.
No, not Denise, it's that.
LaDonna?
No, I don't think you guys work with her. Jada. Oh, Jada. She's been super helpful. And John is super helpful.
Yeah, the chart of accounts is good now. But I think that that's gonna always happen, and I think you have to expect that when you're building a new system, that not everything is gonna be perfect from the
Yeah.
get-go. I mean, there's gonna be things that happen and things that are different, or, I mean, every single business is different from one another, so. But I think overall, the payroll, HR part of it, taking recruiting out of it, has been phenomenal. Like, I just think the process has been great, and we've been able to successfully run payrolls. I just, at the time, because other portions weren't ready yet, I had to manually enter people in, so it was just really time consuming. I had to like manually enter 100 and some people in order to run payrolls, but they worked and they were successful, so we've got our codes and our deductions and everything are really good. It's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but it'll be worth it in the long run. It's gonna be amazing.
So then on the recruitment aspect, so do you work with Holly or do you need to work with Holly then through Michelle? How, because we kind of talked about, payroll is up here doing great. Recruitment, it's kind of like we need to sit down and kind of pull
Yeah, at the
recruitment up.
at the beginning, it was, we worked with Holly. And then we just had issue after issue after issue after issue. I then started copying Michelle.
With our Tyler project manager, mostly.
Yeah, and the system
And the system.
itself. And so at that point, I pulled in Michelle in emails, had a discussion with her about our issues. We commiserated a little bit. It's just a Tyler philosophy. It's how their structure is set up, which is fine. And we've seen a lot of forward progress because of that, but
Well, and that's when we requested a different project manager.
Yeah.
Tyler, and now we have Janice.
yeah, and Kirk
Which
has
is
been huge in helping our voice be heard. He was part of all of the meetings and even behind the scenes meetings with Holly to help her understand that we were drowning and that we needed support ASAP. And so between all of that, recruitment got the help it needed. But again, we went live and we had all these issues. And so it just was a little too late for that.
As you mentioned, Kirk being involved, he's really been our communicator on what's happening with this whole project. We really appreciate that and want to emphasize that we want him to be our go-to person on a weekly basis, even though we don't meet with you weekly, so much we can get information to him.
And on our finance side and all the stuff that we're responsible.
You talked about this recruitment portion. Recruitment, yeah, the recruitment, I mean, that sounds like it was a kind of a debacle. Put your prophetic lenses on. I mean, we as a group are going, the Live Aid is winning now? And, that kind of thing happened to us, and we're kind of like, wow.
Okay, that's too bad. Put your prophetic lenses on and tell us, do you see anything else down the road that we can prepare for ahead of time and not have such a, slow
I don't
down
know
with
how you
like.
prepare for the unknown. I mean.
Well, I don't,
things are
I
gonna
guess I'm
happen.
asking, are you seeing anything out there
I
that,
mean,
man, we really need
I
to
don't
make
think-
sure this is
I
ready?
know, but I don't think
Currently
all of it
seeing
is
anything.
either, I also don't think all of it has been 100% Tyler. So I feel like there's been other things. And I think it would be extremely beneficial for you guys to maybe go back and look through some videos. Just spot check videos and just see
You mean
some of the behaviors
videos?
from Grant County has been. If I were Tyler, I wouldn't have wanted to work with anybody here. That's just my 2 cents.
Are there videos of the meetings?
Every single session is recorded, and they are all out there. You guys should all have access to them.
Don't want any of mine. They're good. They're easy.
It's just my 2 cents. I think that, has Tyler had issues? Yes. But at the same time, I think we need to be professional and we need to treat people with respect, and that hasn't always been there.
And do you think they've responded professionally to that or in kind?
They have been more professional than I would have been.
We have a public records request for the videos.
Not a bad idea.
I've provided you a calendar since January, and they should have identified the sessions that we've had. So if you saw one, you could go.
How do we go to, we just request?
I could send you the link. Oh, do they have a login for Kiteworks? Well, do they have one? If they created one?
I think they should have one. If not, Janice should be able to.
Okay, we can maybe coordinate that and get you all your own individual access to the Kiteworks to go look at those. Also what I provided to you is just, this is our current tasks that we have, these are upcoming tasks that haven't yet been started. This is what our next month or two is gonna start to look like. And I don't know if it has HRM side. I think it might just be the financial side. Well, no, hold on. Not good, but, so kind of look at what tasks we have upcoming that we are working on. And then they also, Tyler has kept track of all of our issues and things as well. Yes, and I mean, it's not that long, not that detailed. The most significant things has been with recruiting and the turnover happening with Katie and Emily.
Closed ones are a shorter list. I only printed one because of 8 pages of things.
The closed jobs thus far?
Closed recruiting tickets.
Okay.
And then Danny has the open recruiting tickets list, which is 8 pages.
Right there.
And that's why I only printed one. But if you guys want a copy, I can email it to you.
Amanda, these are the issues we get.
Some of them may be ongoing. I mean, it's not every single minor thing, but those are the but Tyler keeps track of them. We have access to it.
Yeah, I would say to Rachel, you have seen this from the beginning. They're gonna miss you. Thank you for all your hard work on this, and your input on this, and your stick-to-itiveness, and here you are. You'll be leaving tomorrow, and thank you so much for your service.
They're going to a very scary, difficult place.
I am scared.
Well, we have appreciated all the help.
And I appreciate you guys getting together, and I feel this was extremely beneficial, so I appreciate all of us getting in the same room and having an open dialogue about some of the stuff that we've been dealing with and the project overall, I see a huge benefit to this. So I appreciate everybody's time.
Well, it is 3:30. We are going to now on to meeting continued from November 15th. So. And, yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Well, thank you. No, I'm sorry.
You know, we're gonna keep positive. I can't tell if Mandy's smiling or not, but she never does. Look under the mask.
But her eyes aren't smiling.
I've just been insulted.
She's been insulted.
Mandy, we've been requested by HR to not discuss any employee placement until Decorah can get back from her, until she's back in the office.
Fine by me.
Thank you.
So this is just a continuation of our.
Are we wanting me to share the screen? Okay.
Did we get updated numbers from Melissa?
Yeah, I don't know if we needed to. I think we needed to. We
Just put it on amount and.
We wanted to have,
No, we want.
we're asking for Missy. She was gonna go back and send us information on something that we did. Banked. She was going to do.
Oh, that's right.
Banked was one of the.
Yeah, well, she's preparing that, and I don't know if this was brought up last time, but it was brought to my attention, with the new chair of the safety committee that they were asking about that safety committee budget. Did that ever land anywhere? I would volunteer to have it, that line item fall under central services if it needed to be, but I don't know where that was gonna end up.
$5,000, we were gonna do $5,000 annually into that account, but I don't know.
But where does that account reside?
It's hidden. You know.
It's hidden.
Well, yeah, so I was just wondering, if you wanted to put it in central services, that's fine, but if you wanted it somewhere else,
It might
because
be in yours, Tom. Did we ever put it in yours?
I don't know.
We, like 3 years ago, because Chelan County did it, then we put $5,000 into the safety committee so that they could do things like buy sanitized hand pumps,
do
you know, around the courthouse and, so we did that and we put it in, I thought it was in your budget, Tom, I can't remember.
I don't remember it ever being in there, and Keith Conley now is the new chair of the safety committee, and he was asking me about it, and I said, well, I thought they were gonna put it in my budget, but I wasn't sure where it was gonna end up,
Because we
so.
had discussion about continuing to do this, not just a one-time.
And Mandy, if we just need to get together later and chat about that, if that's easiest, I just wanted to bring it up.
$5,000 annually for that safety
Yeah.
committee? Okay.
Just safety committee.
I don't think we've talked about it.
It was 2 or 3 years ago.
I haven't.
Well, it's been talked about, but it was, I
No,
think the
we
board
actually
took
put it
action
in.
on it this year and said they were gonna do it.
We put it in a couple of years ago.
I don't think so.
We just don't have a home.
Because they had $5,000 to do the,
Facilities paid for that.
what about the,
What's the money from?
Yeah.
AED facilities paid for
Is it
that,
coming out of current expense?
I thought.
It should be coming out of current expense.
It'll come out of
Maybe, in my mind, I thought we took care of it and established an annual fund.
I just,
Well, we probably didn't.
yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was brought up and discussed,
Okay.
so that if it does get added somewhere, wherever it is,
So
I'm
let's just go
fine.
ahead and add it right now, because it is something that's very important, because they do a good job.
And that way they still,
Then they can move on it, they don't have to.
they still discuss it in their committee, they still have to bring it to the board, it's just a place for that budget line to reside, so.
You want it in central services?
That would be great.
Commissioners, can I request, since you're at the dais, can you please make sure your microphones are plugged in? It's really hard to hear you.
Anybody else? I looked mine up.
So that's a transfer out.
Not really, because it's gonna reside in current. Oh, no. Central services is outside. It would be a transfer out.
You can put it in
Yeah.
facilities. Facilities is current
Oh, we
expense.
could put it in facilities. That'd be the
It is
easiest.
I think, is that what you want? I can put whatever you want.
Yeah, let's do it in facilities.
Facilities.
Since it's already a current expense,
Two people have
money.
agreed
I'm talking to
facilities.
myself.
You're
Oh,
not.
sorry, guys. I hear you now. You can hear me now. Okay. Commissioner, since you're at the dais, can you please make sure your microphones are plugged in because it's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me, Barb?
I can hear you. Cindy was very difficult to hear.
Okay, I had mine up because I kept hitting it. Okay, can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Just so you can hear every piece of paper rattling.
Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you.
I'm just on the corner, don't whisper. Because we can hear everything you say back in that corner. You think it's quiet with that. Okay. It's a hot spot.
Really?
It's a true story, it really is.
There's some secret stuff there. And then I put 5,000 in there, and then, well, that's gonna add to our.
Reserve your dog.
Yeah. I think I can Daryl's.
We had like 1.3 million, 1.4 million. Access to put new employees in, to budget for new employees. And John from the, what would you like me to tell John when I call him back from the, because we haven't adopted the budget from the museum.
I thought we decided.
We cut it.
I thought
We did cut it, but we haven't
Yeah.
voted on it, so it's okay to tell him that we did cut his budget?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that was your guys' decision.
What's the amount we decided on, 152?
That would be them. I don't have that.
Apparently they went through and removed a lot of the equipment that his portion of the insurance may be significantly lower.
What was the amount that we agreed to budget them?
One moment, sir.
If you're gonna call them?
I can't remember what it was changed
It's
to.
152 or 163.
Wasn't it 150? Was it 157?
What was 154?
It was 175 total. 175,000 total, and
That was a request.
No, the request was
we cut it.
260.
Okay, we cut it to 175.
175,000 total, but 55,000 is for insurance, so only 120,000 for his operating expenses.
Thank you for looking on that, so I will let him know. Unless the board has issues with that. What else do we want to, we do have a list of employees, but, they don't mind, but we will wait until HR is able to do that list. So what's probably going to happen is we will have our budget meeting on Monday, December 2nd. Have our budget hearing and then schedule it out for another week so that we do not probably adopt the budget until December 9th.
Does the board want HR to provide the list?
I think we have the list.
Oh.
There was some salary adjustments.
We don't know anything.
Do you want us to provide a list?
You have a list, right? Mandy, did you send a list to HR?
To Decorah. Did I end up forwarding it to you? Okay, then yes.
So we will probably meet with HR then on the 3rd of December, so we can go over that list, we probably have a better idea.
Okay.
And then we should be prepared, hopefully, on the 9th of December to come back here and
Finalize it.
the numbers.
One thing we need to discuss is the sales and use tax, $1 million a year for wages that I have budgeted $3 million next year to cover corrections officers' salaries and wages and benefits. I don't know if that is something you guys want to do. It was the solution I found to reduce the amount of reserves we'd be using next year, because we didn't utilize the 1 million this year.
That's in the 114.
Yeah.
So if we didn't use it this year, where did that come from?
It was budgeted, it just wasn't done. mean, we could still do it.
That's what I was kind of wondering is, well, we're still in this year, why don't we?
It doesn't help what we're budgeting to spend next year. Is the problem. I mean, we'll move it and it'll supplement current expense, but just inflate
It
the.
wasn't supposed to come out of current expense, it was supposed to come out of.
But we would move it into current expense is what would happen, the 117, the
I don't
million.
think we took it out for 2023 either. We haven't taken it out yet. We
Yeah,
budgeted
it's
for
not
it,
been
but we've never
utilized.
taken it out. So it's fine to leave it in that account, let it keep building, because I'm feeling there will be a time where we're going to need it.
So if we don't do that transfer for correction officers.
Or just take it out of current expense. Oh, then we have.
Then we have a $10 million dip in our reserves next year.
So currently we're taking $7 million out of reserve to balance our budget for this year.
6 million.
How much, 6?
6, yes.
6 million. And that we have 6 million coming out of reserves and 3 million coming out of the 114 account.
Yes.
For the corrections.
Yes. One thing to note is we do not anticipate utilizing all of that because those positions are gonna be vacant for at least half of the year.
Are you calculated as 12 months on the budget or as?
For each position, yes. Because they're budgeted positions, they just don't know when they're gonna fill them. Joey's nodding.
They're coming, it's coming. Did we get the numbers for the, do you think the numbers we had, we just need to make a decision if we wanna do banked, plus 1%, 1%?
Yeah, I want to provide some more data. First thing is, we, in 2023, we levied taxes for $20,924,000. But because of the mistake, we actually levied this year $20,837,000, $87,000 less than what we had taxes in '23. So part of your bank is including that 87 we lost as well. That had nothing to do with the 1%. It had to do with whatever the number she put in, that it actually even did more harm than not getting new construction. It did another 87. So our effect was over $600,000 of lost revenues on that problem. So I also wanted to make sure you're aware that on the REC, since we have new commission, 2 new people, and I don't know if Cindy remembers this, the payoff on REC will happen in '26.
We have a revenue sharing agreement that will be ending soon.
And so we won't have this 800,000 about each year for '27. So some of our monies that we've been getting each year to supplement our income is ending. Also, to make note, that came out this morning in the meeting, is that even though we have almost 7 million more than what we started with a year, almost a majority of that money is actually from reduced expenses and has nothing to do with much increase in revenue. So we didn't gain a whole bunch of revenue this year from projections. We had to recover to cover the big loss on the property tax estimate and the loss of the. And so we were able to cover that. But the new revenues, it wasn't a new revenue reason for us to have this much money. It was because of expenses not being paid that was budgeted for that are hopefully not being used. I don't know if you'll have that scenario again in the future. So unless you're passing a budget where you're expecting $7 million to not be spent, that's awful wishful thinking. So, which it means, again, is what was this extra money that went into reserves this year? It was because of revenue expenses not being spent, not because of new revenues. And those expenses that weren't spent were probably going to be spent next year on top of the increase in cost of those expenses. So I'm concerned about a large withdrawal on the reserve fund because if the things we're short on are not capital one-time expenses, then taking out a large amount of reserves in 1 year won't be sustainable. Because we still have the same expenses that don't go away, and then you need another $7 million in the future to cover that. So we either need to look at a smaller amount over time of the reserve drawdown that we need to do. But we need to keep in mind is these monies weren't because of the reasons we thought it was, it's because of actually not spending money. And then that's up in your decision to make, is do you believe we're gonna have such a large amount of money in next year's budget not be spent? If it's spent, then it's not because the revenue's gonna cover it. It's because, yeah, and so just want to make sure we understand where the impacts are on future revenue expectations. Now, we've budgeted revenues to grow at a normal pace and for next year. But one big portion is how much do you want to take out of reserves, and that weighing that amount for how much you want to levy taxes. So, and that's the thing is we were hoping to see that worksheet that we discussed almost a week ago of that other option that you're wanting information on. So I just want to make sure we're understanding the reasons of where we're at on the cash balance we have right now. You also wanted from me how much we expect in delinquent taxes that are not for the current year. Right now, it's probably only 300,000 ignoring REC. REC is that, but because we didn't levy as much this year as we did last year, then also there won't be as much delinquents to collect in the future as well. So that our delinquents gets down as well. And so you can't count on the bigger amount of delinquents that we collect after the current year to be a significant amount. So I'm looking at possibly 300,000 next year as for collection of delinquents, excluding REC. That was asked for me last week.
That's for next year.
Right. Now, the REC factor is around $800,000, which is $420,000 of interest and penalties. And the numbers, if you look at those each year's in red, the 25 payment, we get about 400,000, near 400,000 for 25 that goes to current expense. Under that green column in the middle for 2015 tax levy rates. So I just wanted to show the distribution of all these monies that come in each year. These two numbers. I thought I circled it, but I guess it didn't, I guess somebody got a circle copy and I.
These two?
Yes, those two right there. That's the property taxes we get from RRC. Plus the 420,000 in the yellow. So
what's this number on the annual payment?
that's how much they pay each year, of which 420,000 goes to interest, that goes to the county, and 1,330 goes to all the districts.
1.3 million.
1.33 million, yes.
Okay.
So I just, since I don't know if you ever saw this before, I just wanted to make sure you understand there's a limitation of this revenue that's coming up soon, in a couple of years, and that goes away. Oh.
Doesn't look like this is the numbers, we will meet with them tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll look at the numbers.
And so far this year, for November, we've collected $3,029,000 for current expense taxes so far. And we've been posting crazy today, and we had a lot of delinquent payments come in and a lot of calls on those statements.
Say that again, how much?
Right now, we're at this number, $3,029,000. Which is way more than in November last year, because we got most of the big payments posted in October. And that's why we had this huge bounce at the end of October.
Okay, so Daryl, if we take 6 million out of reserve to balance the 2025 budget, are you okay with that number? We will be ending the year with 20 million, which would be 3 to 4 months of operating for the county and for current expense. Because I'm looking for a number that you're
remember that
comfortable with.
then that 6 million is needed then again in 26 and 6 million needed again for 27. And so then you've already knocked down to $9 million. So at some point in time, we won't have the ability to have reserves by going even 6 million.
So I'm getting the feeling that you feel that we should shave off a little more.
Either more cuts or a little more in property taxes than what was being imposed.
Well, what do you mean by that, Daryl? You can only impose the 1%.
Well, we've had many discussions for many different scenarios.
Yeah.
We talked about
Max you can
no
go
1%.
is 1% and your bank.
And the bank,
What's that total?
well, that's the one that she didn't do one for. So, and plus your bank includes the 1% for last year. So there was also talk about taking the 1% for last year as well, which was another spreadsheet she was supposed to bring.
I don't know if we asked for that one.
She did the bank in 1%. I don't know if she made an error on it, but it's on here.
So we have more,
22,
Right, so-
94.
Okay, banked in, okay, because remember, this is the best case scenario. Is banked plus 1%. So that would mean her number, the total number would be 22.694. And we have it at 22.
22, yeah.
Yep.
But then also you're taking
And
away
then you had,
mental health
then you had
and
300, yeah. Then you got this breakout of that amount that goes to mental health and veterans, because some counties actually break out those three categories, she does not. Okay, so.
and the reason she has to
okay.
think about is
Right, so-
we've asked that they stay in veterans, we've asked that they stay in behavioral health.
Right. So yes, so that portion of that amount is just under 22 million. But we've been talking about doing much lower on the other options. But that includes the 1% this year, and the bank also includes the 1% that you did not take for this year, for next year and for this year. So those are about $400,000 or $500,000 if you just do bank. Take the 1%, but this didn't, this is take the 1% without the bank. So that shows a 500,000, yeah.
21.3.
And then this one is going, not taking the 1% and not taking the bank and being under 21 million, 20,837,000. So the one scenario was take the bank, but no 1%. That's the number that we're guessing on. And then hope revenues come in, so we're not needing 6 million.
Where do you see the increase in revenue? Where do you see any increase in
Well,
revenue?
interest income's going down. And sales tax, we're still going at 5%, and we are actually, with the correction that Jim Nelson shows at 5% or less, we are probably gonna be at 4.5% increase for this year on overall sales tax. So that's what we're budgeting for, is just a small increase in sales tax. Yeah.
What I hear you saying is that you think in 2025 we'll get another 4.5%.
In sales tax. Mhm. There's some categories that will go down, like property tax.
So it's gonna do that.
I mean, not property tax,
Interest.
interest income. And delinquent collections, and all these things that go down because of this big reduction that happened
So
this year.
Cheryl, I'm gonna ask, we are taking $6 million out of reserve development right now, so where we're sitting. What would be your number? Because we talked about you were safe with like 4 million a while back. What would be your?
Well, hopefully that the 22 million, the budget, because we budgeted 22, but there's proposals here that would reduce that amount, and we'd have to reduce that budget.
But that's without delinquents, right?
Right,
That would
but
put
the
it up to
best case
22 million.
scenario was 21.9.
Plus 400,000 in delinquents, right?
Right, but then that 21 is taking everything, the 1% plus the bank capacity, which we're talking about not taking those. So if we don't take them, we'd have to reduce the 22 million by probably at least $5 to $1 million.
The 6 million, just as a reminder, is with 1.2, 1.3 set aside for salary, okay.
Yep, no more.
And I'm still not clear what the 2 million in the other fund is
So we
going to
would
be
be at
the survey money.
4.8 million if we did no salary increases, or no employee increases, and no.
4.6.
The 2 million that we moved into that salary survey fund, what else was it gonna pay for?
Training.
Training.
We also training.
Training for,
Salary survey
Train-
itself.
training for Tyler or training for?
No, leadership training, Errol.
Leadership training.
Not
Not related to any software we have
Okay.
currently, just
training. And we
We
risk manager,
didn't
risk
know it was gonna
coordinator.
cost that much.
There's some opportunities.
Well, we don't really know how much the salary survey is gonna cost.
So it is to be used for increases in salaries upon if the salary survey says there's to be so. If, and we accept it.
It is to
Right,
pay
I
for
mean,
the
they would
salary
have to
survey
accept
and
it
Right.
to make
Make the
that
changes.
Accept, accept the conclusions.
Yeah.
And then we have a reprieve from paying from this fund instead of actually current expense for whatever time period
For 1
until it
year.
gets wiped out.
Which
Which probably won't last very long.
I'd like to go back to the sales tax question.
Okay.
It looks like to me we'll be somewhere around, we'll be somewhere around 14 million at the end of this year, and you had 4.5% of that.
Actually, we'll probably be at 15 million.
15 million at the end of the year.
But Danny, with the sales tax increase, we're losing sales tax, we're losing interest, so it's gonna be a wash.
Do we have a payment in December?
My numbers was only up to November, so we have one more, and if we get 1.3, less than 1.3, then we get our $15 million, which is over the budget, which is probably 13.5. So I'm expecting a 1.5 million being over, but that was being used to cover our big property tax
Or
thing.
3.1?
Yes.
I was just trying to figure out where we would be at the end of next year with the property tax, with the 4.5%, staying steady.
15, well, did I budget 15.7, 15.5 or what?
But then you need to
Sales tax for
remove
next
your,
year.
lower your interest.
What did I budget for sales tax next year?
In the 117?
No, for current expense.
Current expense. Is it in,
That should be up 0. It should be at the top of that, shouldn't it? Are you not?
is it in Daryl's spreadsheet or is it in this?
It should be in Daryl's, I think.
It's in Daryl's?
Because it's a miscellaneous spreadsheet versus what treasurer's does.
Oh, okay, hold on.
That was attached to this stuff.
Because you have me doing two different types of revenues, the overall county and the department. All right, not the 106, but the,
Right
that,
there.
right there, that
That
one,
one
yeah.
right before it.
The 001 current expense revenue. All right. 15 million. All right, then that can go up 500,000.
Okay, so Daryl, but do we need to reduce you were saying we need to reduce the interest
Right, I
revenue?
already did an interest reduction.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I
Okay.
already did the interest,
You just need to
investment
add that.
interest reduction.
500,000 there.
I didn't catch that. I thought you were saying it was gonna balance out.
So this should be 15.5?
Real estate taxes, we were talking about sales tax.
No, that line is.
It's up.
My other categories, no. So So we can move, budget 55, okay, so we'll get that. Okay, we can add another 100,000 to the next two lines under it, 2.2 and 2.27. This is what happens when you get more up-to-date data. Right, diesel taxes, admissions tax, that's gonna be a tricky one. Can I look at that?
Which one?
Yes. We ended the year at $2.2 million. So obviously, my 1.7 was before we got a whole bunch of money in, that was way more. So now, Sheriff, have you got any indication for the comedy concerts? Is it still attempt to do what they did this year? Did they say anything about slowing it down a little bit?
No, it is on course to be the same as it was last year.
Okay, and with possible ticket prices staying the same or going up?
I would imagine if anything, they're gonna go up, but I haven't heard any reductions, put it that way.
All right, so my 1.7 number is now not enough. So let's put that at, we'll go at 2.1, just in case. We had a great year. Luke Bryan came in with a whole bunch of money. So that ended up being a very popular concert in October. All right, so, okay, now, other numbers don't change, privilege tax, that's, I'm disappointed in that one. The other things don't change. These are the new updated with the updated sales tax numbers of today. I've been now trended to be more, which gave us about $1 million.
Andy, when you're done with that, can you email it to me when it's updated, please?
Got to, for us to get a before number and an after number.
I think it was almost 2 million, I think.
Yeah.
Almost.
We're just making money sitting here listening to you rattle off news.
Well, no, the problem is.
So that puts us at, 4.6 into our reserves next year with the salary.
So in all fairness to my statements, now you have a reserve fund. There may be not as much needed, but you also now have more ability to use the word play with a level for property taxes.
Okay.
But I still hope it's not, I still hope you're doing something with your 21 and a half. Yeah, because then we would go 21.8 and then have to reduce the property tax number by 200,000.
Do your numbers change anything on these estimates?
These are limitations where value doesn't, or whatever increased value doesn't matter. Except for we don't know the TIF number, but that was, well, we're still within the TIF value of new construction we do not get. But we don't know what it is, but she did a communication to the port saying we only got $4.7 million of new construction for the entire boundaries of the port, which the TIF area is a portion of that. So the taxes, new construction taxes on that would be not a significant number to change anything.
So Daryl, 1 o'clock tomorrow, we will be talking about the current expense levy discussion, so I recommend you joining us.
What time's that meeting?
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 1:25.
8 a.m. Daryl.
Did anybody in the audience here have any questions?
Since I've been throwing a lot of different numbers here. But the problem with the commissioners is the complexity of all these different types of revenues and the impacts. Just wanted to make sure and make you more confused. We update the
No, I got my
numbers,
numbers circled.
but again, this REC thing is not gonna last forever. So in 27, you got a $800,000 hole.
Yeah, how far behind do you wanna be in 27?
Right, because the whole goal is if you go in this pace, 27 is gonna be a year that's gonna be a really tough decisions. Unless we have some blasted new revenues that come in But the problem is that TIF is taking away all those new revenues.
The new,
You know, if we didn't have a TIF, then we'd have some bigger numbers.
Well, they're not gonna increase next year based on the TIFs. So,
I guess I don't understand why you said 800,000 when it's 420 a year.
420 plus the property taxes. Okay, yeah, so what we have is around 380 to 400,000.
You're saying the interest plus those two red things.
Right,
Okay,
for each year, for 24, 25, and 26. Those get us about 800,000 a year, and then that goes away. So you have that hole in 27.
So the interest is not changeable, this is, interest is set on
That's
this.
right, this was part of the agreement is we get with all the money, we got $420,000 a year in the interest that accrued until the decision was made.
or revenue sharing.
Yep. And then the rest of the money was then dispersed to the taxing districts, so for 1.33 million. But yeah, some of these decisions you make now will have long-term effects. So I just wanted to make sure that our goals of reducing the reserve fund down to a reasonable number is not too fast.
Well, and then Darryl, I'm just gonna bring this up since we're in a budget meeting, Jim Nelson sent him some numbers and for the morgue.
Yes, his morgue numbers I sent to you were just 20 and 25 years. I requested 30 and 35. Because part of the other thing I mentioned to Tom just when I came into the meeting is I also asked for a normal debt schedule. Because we also talked about the possibility of using other revenue sources besides sales tax, little bits of REIT and other places to cover the difference. And so I wanted him to do that. It doesn't sound like we got it yet, or if it's gone to me, it has not for me to pass on. But I wanted to show that, and the morgue, because the morgue is taking money also that could be different revenue sources that we could be using for the jail. So that's why I wanted to move it all in longer term, pay less per year on the morgue. Actually, it would end up being 750,000 on one for 20 years. And so, no, that's the 25.
25, and after it is 650,000.
Right.
20 years is 717,000.
Right, because so if we were taking, say, half of payments from, taking it from each REIT and possibly some from Economic and Hampson, 200,000 from each year for debt payment. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is that's the email that I forwarded on to you. And this is not okay, so we're at 650,000. So I asked for 30 and 35. So hopefully we're at 600 to maybe 560 a year. And then we divide up among the other three funds.
REIT 1, REIT 2,
and economic enhancement. And then what we have is each one by itself is not a major effect on a budget. And then also that leaves money for doing that we can use from REIT for additional bond costs on the jail. And so when we spread it out that long, we have, instead of just looking at the sales tax money as paying the jail bonds for next 3 years, is also use some, tap a little bit from that. And then we have to see the numbers to see if it's too much. And that's what I asked for.
Okay.
Just to start thinking of those first 3 years, the 3 years I did interest only, and see if we can make it just normal, which would save us a lot of, the taxpayers, a lot of money over 30 years. Doing interest only is a big drag. Plus, in our conversation I had with them this afternoon, is a bond rating agency will look more favorably at a better rating when we don't do interest only. So that's why now when we start talking about using other funds, that could save us for the first 3 years and have something normal. And have a normal schedule and just tap these funds, couple $100,000 each, to make those differences.
Mandy, I just want to make sure, we did not really cut any of our capital expenditures, did we?
Yes, we
We
did.
did some, but not. We did just a few.
Are they in the budget though?
Yeah.
Bucket truck.
Out of current expense,
We did 2 items, a mule and a bucket truck.
83,000.
Well, that isn't a whole lot. We usually cut.
Well, we're only cutting like, I mean, we're only paying 600,000.
Yeah.
Cause I keep throwing in these other funds that we have, that people could look at and think that doesn't need to be that high, and trying to find ways of moving that money down as well, other than, on top of our current expense, money each year.
So I think to finish this budget, we have a couple components left. We need to have our levy discussion tomorrow and figure out where we're gonna be. So we have a pretty good idea. With the changes, the additional revenue, we're taking $4.6 million from reserves. And it still gives us a little over $1 million for new employee salary adjustments, more capital, we have some capital that come up throughout the year. And then we need HR to figure out what employees do we want to put on. What do we want to do with our employees next week?
Daryl, is your Cummer software, what is that coming out of? Is that coming out of ERP?
ERP.
Okay, yeah, but not current expense.
I think we do have some salary positions that are pretty critical. Like building planning, how to swap. I think, maybe building and coming into planning, so it looks like additional revenue, but it's just a very expense. Anyway,
That's my luck.
continue going, or do you feel like we have enough information to stop right now and resume tomorrow to figure out our levy rate, and then
Remember, your levy rate doesn't have to be anything to do with these spreadsheets. You can choose a number.
yeah, but Daryl, it gives us a basis.
I know. You can, well, your worst case, best case scenario is a 21.979. You could say 21.5. But actually 21.5 plus the other funds on top of that, you know. These are just guidelines of different scenarios, but it comes down to, you can ignore these and do a different number that's lower than your best case scenario.
Pick a number and figure out what we need from there.
One of the things that concerns me about your comments, Cindy, is you said how much out of current expense plus about $1 million, which would be 5 point how many?
No, the 4.6 million is what's coming out of reserve. Within that 4.6 million, we have a buffer of 1.2 or $3 million for.
Within that 4.6?
Within that 4.6.
Oh, I
yeah.
thought you were talking about in
No, not in
addition to that
addition, within
4.6.
that, because we did not add any employees, and there's some salary increases that have been requested, so that has to capture all the requests.
So if we did nothing, we'd only be dipping into our reserves 3.5 million.
But you're also doing the 3 million out of for corrections
Yes.
with that amount, so.
Again, we're looking at 7.6 million.
Yes.
But the transfer for the corrections that, it's not like it's in the reserve, the 114 account, that was a sales tax for this need.
Well, we had agreed to do $1 million. And then now it's 1 year, 3 million, so it's kind of different, and that fund will deplete quickly if we're doing things like that.
I agree, it definitely shouldn't be every year.
We have some yawning in the audience, I think our meeting needs to wind out.
And I think I found the parcel's phone number. Rob, but I didn't
Daryl, are you gonna go off into
We're only talking about
And,
budget.
It's
Keep in
adjourned.
mind-
Executive
Okay,
session
so
stuff again.
it
No,
is-
I just was just saying in a general sense, I think I found something. Okay, but also remember, I got right 5 days and 1 hour before I'm out for 2 weeks. But I don't know how I can mentally handle being gone 2 weeks. I just,
Daryl?
especially
I can
December.
Daryl, we have YouTube videos that you can watch because this meeting is recorded, so you're not gonna miss
I
us.
can call and talk bond numbers and
I just need someone to bring me from my house to the courts on December 13th to go in front of the judge. I just have to figure out that.
Now.
No, that's for the county's,
suspended license.
a county function for closure sale.
Okay, when is your is that the 13th?
It's in January.
Oh, it's January.
Our court
Okay.
hearing is December 13th, which is best. I think it'd be great to go in front of a judge and be hobbling in a walker.
There you go, Daryl.
Think that they're gonna take pity?
We've seen a lot worse
The
up there,
mobile
trust me.
FTR, we could just go to his house.
We've come full circle.
Okay, it
We've
is
seen some that are about
4:16.
ready to see Craig.
Yeah, I can bring a cod if you want.
We can wheel you around.
Okay, it's 4:16. If we are, we will end this meeting and resume, we will go to recess and resume tomorrow at 8:30 with Kevin McRae, our referee. We'll have a fantastic evening.
Hopefully, the additional information I provided gives me even more complexity to the decision.
That was it, huh? That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
I know.
You got it.